All right, you guys, can everybody hear me and see me? It looks good over here. Where's Daddy? Daddy is right the hell here. I am sitting in the chair. I am doing exactly what you wanted. God, I just can't stand the level of anger and stupidity and my God, boy. Hey, we are going live. David, you should do a podcast with Coach Colin. He did one with Gigi Young and it was great. Daddy, don't upset him. I had to polish my glasses because thanks to your dirty hands, these glasses are all filthy, but now I can see just fine, okay? So don't heckle your dear old daddy for the love of God. I put lip balm on because I have a serious commitment to quality here, boy. God. And your mother, please don't get me started about your mother. I could write a whole book. Everything bad is because of your mother. Woo! Oh yeah, we're getting laughter emojis coming in. Everything is good. I wish I could say that I feel good this week. I totally don't. I'm in the middle of massive legal battles. We're trying to settle the one that I have to otherwise fly out for this week to be in court again. And I have jury duty on the Monday, August 4th. So it just goes on and on and on. I've been extremely unhappy, extremely depressed. My life basically just sucks like crazy right now, and I'm always nervous and anxious and sad and depressed. So there you go. Full disclosure. My life really fucking sucks. It really sucks. When you have 3 different legal cases that involve you going to court at the same time, it sucks. Sorry about the cursing. Beautiful shirt. I'm with you, David. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't even really like this anymore. I just want it to be over. I don't even really want to do shows anymore. I just want it to be over. I don't even really care anymore. I'm just like, okay, well, it's my job, and you know what? This is better. When I get my mind into this, I get my mind off of the legal stuff. But otherwise, that's basically all I ever think about. I'm just completely, totally obsessed with defending myself against massive problems that are not really problems. I mean, it's like, wait a minute, we got a $4 billion deal. We have our frickin' money coming in soon. You know, we're going to be creating American jobs. It's great. There's no reason why this stuff should be happening, but it is. Catherine Hunt says, we love you, David. Don't be upset. Let me let you guys cheer me up a little bit. You're the best, David. You're in the right place right now. I don't blame you, me either. Breathe outside. Go. You can hug a tree, but it's not going to make lawsuits go away. Sorry to hear, David. Remember, you're still only human. Jocelyn says, align with the positivity despite the situation. This is the key to ascension. LL, now is the only way forward. Never do anything alone, David. It's only temporary. Lynn LR says, hang in there. Be happy we are here supporting you, says LMG Philanthropy. God's people rock. God bless your soul, David. Maybe look to your local community. So you guys have got my back, and now it's going so fast I can barely even read it. Woo! We all love you, David. Don't give up. Yeah, I mean, I've probably never hated my life more than I do now. I've never been more sad. I've never had more terror. I'm just in terror all the time because I'm in these massive legal problems. And they should all be easy to resolve, but they're not. You know, it just goes on and on and on. And, oh, now there's this judge and now there's this court. And then the next one I have to drive or fly. And so it's like my entire week is going to be destroyed if we have to do this, if we can't settle. But I think we're going to be able to settle. And I feel that our offer is very generous, and I think it's going to be fine. But we're waiting until the last minute, unfortunately. There's also Black Goo in Lucy. That's right, the movie Lucy. Half of you had said 51% is good enough to jump from plebe to up tier, know-it-all. I'm not a good person. I'm a heretic. Earth Empire, ride or die, says Senior Sunt from New Zealand, mate. 7 geometric thought forms. Thank you very much. Iris Matzoth says goal. Yeah, so total support, David. Bring on the angry daddy. Ask Archangel Michael for help. Well, he just laughs at me and says, oh, you're going through credit counseling. It's like, well, 4 years of total bankruptcy and being sued is really, really hard. So I'm really looking forward to having money that I can actually use. Let me turn these on. I just realized I didn't do that yet. I always miss something. But the good part is that I'm in the chair and I can do it now. Now we got even more blue light in our background. David, my secret lover, Kayla Lynn. Well, that's news to me, but, you know, in the dream plane, who knows what's going on. Thank you, she says, and she donated $10. So I guess it's a good performance. You know, that's a $10 performance in the dream plane that I delivered. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Light always wins, David. Hang in there. Senior says, because of happenings last year, I needed to double down on the don't worry, guys. It's all going according to plan. I believe that, too. I mean, honestly, like, he also says, I can feel a past life telling me to go with fire. No, David said no violence, LOL. When will the psychological warfare being done to the American people come to an end, says Kick Dreaming. We also have, again, Kayla Lynn is alleging that I'm her secret lover. Paying me for it. Sunflower Heart, praying for you all the times. And then we also have Mike Light, 1999. Thank you for being such a loyal soldier of the love and light of creation. I appreciate that. Roger Zabarik, our alpha donor. Our prayers are with you. It will all work out like it should. St. Michael is backing you also. And we all need financial relief, says Diane Molt. Kayla Lynn says $50. How about now? Thank you very much, Kayla. That's awesome. And now you changed color from yellow to pink. So yeah, I really wish that I could be more focused on just the positive, but when you are attacked this badly, when you're threatened this badly, it's just a very, very difficult life. So I am not enjoying my life at all right now. I'm very unhappy, but you know, I'm happy to be here with you guys. So let's just try to change the energy up a little bit, and let's try to, you know, I mean, nothing's going to happen until, if I have to go, I'm going to have to leave on Tuesday. Still debating between whether flying or driving. But it's going to eat up at least 2, maybe 3 days of my entire coming week, which means, once again, I'm just completely stretched out. I got nothing else that I have time to do except fight lawsuits. That's just what my life has been. So that's what's going on. But we're good. And again, this is a completely different issue than the one I had before. Totally different. So, you know, let's just focus on the positivity, man. I don't want to render too much power to the negative. And again, we're just looking for an amicable resolution. That we already have our deal. We already have a signed deal. Yes, it is in the billions. I said 4. It's so, you know, that's very significant. We're going to be creating thousands and thousands of jobs in America, and all of this stuff leads up to hover cars, advanced energy, and things that are going to free our planet in a very amazing way. This, again, is Stavati's premiere. This is my company. We have this fighter jet. Maybe I'll even bring this to court, you know, just to show, hey, look, you know, this is real. I printed this in my garage. We have the contract, so why are we fighting? Everything is good. Anyway, drive to your meeting, don't fly, says Peachy Keen. It's 11 hours, so it would have to be a big deal. But anyway, I'm settling into this. You know, I'm perfectly fine, sober right now. Everything is good. My life is clean and clear, and I'm just trying to, you know, get through whatever I have to get through to just be part of life and not feel bad all the time. And it really has been hard. I mean, on a philosophical level, what Archangel Michael is asking me to do is almost impossible. But it's really going to help with you guys. We're going to get together. We're going to do a conference. Chris was away in Washington, D.C., finalizing our deals last week, but now he's back. He's got big yard work going on. We still haven't really had time to talk enough to do the conference, but I hope to have that done very soon. Doinky Doo, silly lifts me up, you too, says Vicky Crew Fuller. Nate Pierce says, sup, David. John DeSev donated $50. He says, cheer up, brother. Nothing about our experience on Earth is easy. If you end up in D.C., you always have a place to stay with me. Thank you very much. Maybe a quick meditation on positivity, somebody says. That couldn't hurt. Charlie Winter, keep your chin up, David. You are so loved and adored. Don't forget we create your own reality. Maybe give less attention to court cases. Yeah, I mean, I do. Somebody says it's all Corey's fault. Kind of, yeah, but not really. I mean, it's partly his fault. The other thing has nothing to do with him at all. I just want to be clear on that. Nothing to do with him at all. David, your cue light is off. The cue light is off. Well, I don't know what to tell you guys. Yeah, one of them just blinked out, and you probably noticed that. Let me see if I can... It's charging. It says it's charging, so let's see if we can turn it on again. All right. Well, it just went off, but it came back on. Okay. So anyway, I want to give credit to artists, and so this was a beautiful illustration that was actually done on DeviantArt. It's by Zaliu. It's called Aurora Girl. So there you go. Life is pretty good, man. I can't complain too much because despite the fact that I have been almost entirely and completely traumatized by lawsuits, you know, we're having really big success happen. So it's sort of like, which wolf do you want to feed? Do you want to feed the fear or do you want to feed the love? And so today, right now, you know, we don't know if I'm going to have to go out to court or not. We're really hoping that it won't be that way. So I can't say that I'm definitely going. Let me. I forgot to do this one thing. Sorry. He's so unprofessional. He's just dying on stage. There we go. I have to fix my little curtain. Make sure that we didn't... Okay, that's good. It looks good now. Sound dampening is very important. I have towels here. I have curtains all over the place. So, you know, this is all going in the right direction. I genuinely can say I've probably never been more unhappy in my entire life. I've never been more afraid in my entire life. But hey, that's what we're in. It's so... what's happening to me is just kind of like an emblem of the whole situation, you know, that we have very, very serious evil that it's just being thrown in our face. What's your take on the new crop circle in Germany last week? That's going to be a big part of it. So we're up to 2,597 people right now. That's really great. And you guys want to hear Angry Daddy riff on the title of the show? Here we go. Here we go. So you're saying, son, can you feel it, huh? Well, all I feel is the spray from your bullshit, boy. Your mother and I are very, very disappointed in you, son. Why don't you focus on getting a real job? You know, I think you could be a whiz if you worked in a customer service center. So don't let me stop you from looking for a job today, boy, because nobody is buying your crazy conspiracy theories. I won't stand for it, son. The anger, it just overwhelms me, David. I have had it. Woo! Yeah, the jury duty thing's probably only going to take one day. I have, because of my psychic insights into things, I probably will have dreams in our time loop here about the case, and I'll immediately recognize it when I'm in there. So, you know, psychics are not welcomed on juries because you're supposed to only be swayed by the evidence they present you and not by your own compelling stuff. So the jury duty, it's only going to be one day. I mean, I've done that before. I had a Michael Jackson case, but this always makes me laugh. Thank you, guys. The spray from your BS. Ha ha, that's a good one, says Absconder Blues. So anyway, I'm good. We had a big donation. Tom Roberts donated 111 A's, which I guess is Australian dollars. G'day, young David. Reality's like a placebo. It's only as real as we believe it is. So let's all believe in an angelic reality and make it so. All the best, mate. Thank you very much, Tom Roberts. I hope I didn't totally mangle the Australian Queensland accent there that I was going for. So yeah, let's just get to business, man. We're already 15 minutes in. I'm whining and complaining, but tell them you're in the media and you will be excused. I guess that's a good point. I hadn't really thought about that. Are we going to talk about how nothing happened last Monday, says Nash Potatoes? Well, something absolutely did happen. And so if you're not paying enough attention to this, you know, then you're not getting it. They are circulating around the arrest, and the final reveal is now being set up. The first arrest, post 3717, will lead to a mass popular awakening. So yeah, I mean, despite the fact that my own life is probably as stressful and bad as it's ever been, it's not really that bad. You know, we got the deal. Everything's going to be paid off very soon. I won't be in debt anymore. We're going to have the conference posted, so that should be this coming week. We're hoping to get that all done. And again, who knows, dude? This coming week could be very, very significant, because I'll show you how they're teasing around this first big arrest, which is probably going to be, quote unquote, BO. It's ironic, those initials, right? Another strange thing that's going on is that the website, Divine Cosmos, has had a massive, massive hacking attack going on since Wednesday. I haven't even published anything on it since 2019. It's been 6 years. Why is my website being hacked so massively? But we know why. Because probably something is coming, and somebody knows about that, and they're trying to get ahead of it. So as I just said before, I've been almost completely distracted this week. One of the lessons that I think we can all work on is that your mind is suffering, but your body is actually safe. It's all fear of the unknown. It's fear of things that haven't happened. It's fear of, is this going to happen? Is that going to happen? Whatever. But right in the moment, you're in the room. Nobody is coming in and trying to slit your throat. You know, there's no demons appearing in the room to harass you or anything like this. So it's, your mind is suffering, but your body is actually okay. And that's a good meditation. So I'm happy to be here with you guys today. It gets my mind off of the other stuff. And I'm happy that right now in my little room here, I'm safe. So we will be announcing our upcoming event. It'll probably be in Boulder, most likely, as soon as we get it finalized. And check on X on my page, which is David_Wilcock. If you're not subscribed to this, you really should be. And we will give you the updates. So let's now review the headlines of the last week and a half, because again, we're coming at this show with a perspective that there is a secret war going on in the world. And there are two factions that most of the people don't even know about, because both of them are much more complex and interesting and weird than we've been led to believe. You have the DS faction, or Deep and then State, as you know. So the DS faction is part of it. We're up to 3,000 viewers already. Thank you guys for showing up in such a big way, man. It's just incredible. So we have a DS faction, and that turns out to be guided by negative entities that would include extraterrestrials, Draco-reptilians, Greys, and a predatory artificial intelligence that is actually what we would consider Satan or Lucifer. And this has been confirmed by all of the top real insiders that I've ever had contact with. They all seem to agree on the idea that there is a negative satanic artificial intelligence. It just hates you. It wants you to be totally unhappy, and it would ideally like to just exterminate all human life, if it could. It wants to emulate human life by invading it and taking it over and turning it into a marionette that it can use. And so the final agenda is, again, intelligent nanites that are injected into your body that then turn you into some type of invincible being. You're human-looking still, but you can shapeshift into other forms. And you're really not human anymore in the normal sense. So this is the basis of the negative side, that it is actually trying to get everybody turned into some type of Borg, like a digital Freddy Krueger, as I've said before. It's freaking crazy. And, you know, they're working with these other entities like Greys and Reptilians that already have the nanites in them. And then those beings actually reach out to people on Earth because the rules do not allow them to invade directly. They have to create their own coalition. We humans have to agree to work with these beings on our own free will. So some of us have, and that goes back to things like Aleister Crowley. Why did he meet with this gray extraterrestrial called Lam? Well, in my briefings, I found out that Lam taught him how to summon demons and how to do it properly. And this was a big deal that really spread through their entire community and made Aleister into a big rock star. So yes, the idea is that they are doing these rituals and they actually see something. On the positive side, we have the Alliance, and this is also a very, very weird and almost kind of spooky situation. because we know that the Roswell crash was real. Most of us, I think, can believe that. We're coming up on what, like I mean, if it was in 1947, now we're in 2025. By the time we get to 2027, we're looking at, you know, that's 60 years, 80 years. So we're coming up on an 80-year anniversary. So imagine if Roswell really happened, and imagine if they've had this technology the whole time, and they've been developing these things, and there's all this weird stuff going on with underground bases, and people who live in that reality are in regular contact with extraterrestrials. These are American and other military personnel and people who are not in the military as well. They're working in underground bases, they're working in off-planet bases, and they're working directly with positive extraterrestrials, which is what the vast majority of them are. This negative thing with reptilians and AI represents only a small percentage of what we're dealing with. And the rest of it is actually all very loving, positive beings. It turns out that apparently everybody, well, there's 40 billion plus Earth-like planets in our galaxy. And with those 40 billion planets, we're dealing with, you know, human life apparently evolving on them, because that's what the universe is supposed to do. Our galaxy makes humanoid beings, and they might look different. They might look like aquatics or reptilians or insectoids, but they're always going to be human, and they're always going to have the same basic lessons that we have. This is according to a spiritual work I hold in very high esteem, The Law of One. I found out about it in 1996, and I started reading it, and it changed my life. And then by November of that year, after reading The Law of One and getting this cosmic perspective from an alleged angelic extraterrestrial source, I made contact with my own source. Whoops. And the source eventually identified as Archangel Michael. So week after week, we're going through a time loop here where I recorded these tapes. This is, I think, the one that we're still on right now. So I dictated this in a deep trance state. And it was in 1999, but now it's describing all these things that are going on in the present, which is extremely fascinating. So even though I've been really sad, and it's been very forlorn in many ways, you know, I've just been alone for so long, I've been broke for so long, it's been really hard. We're going to get back together. I'm doing my comeback event very soon. That will help me eliminate the financial trouble. We should be able to make it, you know, positive in terms of alleviating a lot of financial stress. So life is good. We're hoping to get a venue that can allow us to do live streaming, which means that you'll be able to see the event at home, at least part of the event. And so these are all very positive things. So yeah, it's a weird place to be, but we're just going to take it one day at a time, you know? And so right now I'm here. Right now we're doing this together, and it's exciting. So what I'm saying is that there is an alliance that is working with the UFO cover-up at the top levels. They've got very advanced technology. They're dealing with extraterrestrials one-on-one. They have the Roswell crash in their possession. They have the technology that they developed off of these types of things. And they're using it to save the planet because they feel obligated to do so. So we're expecting to see the arrest of the top negative perpetrators on Earth. We're expecting that very soon. And then from there, we end up getting the truth. And the truth is going to be coming out in the form of a very shocking, you know, we always talk about post-34, that there might be 10 days of darkness, power outages, internet outages. You'll have to get messages off of your phone in the form of videos from the emergency message system. But this is a big deal. When this happens, the world is never going to be the same. And so we're all struggling right now because we're all feeling like, oh my God, you know, it's a dark night of the soul. It's an all is lost point. It's very sad and scary for a lot of people right now. I get that. So what I want to do now is take you through the headlines. We're at the first half-hour mark of the show. Let's get my hair looking as good as possible. We're at, wow, 3,337 viewers. So we are turning out great numbers once again. Let's review the headlines from last week and a half, and I'll talk about the alliance as we go. So this is one I missed in the last show from Wednesday of last week, 2 weeks ago now, July 16th, where he bombed his way out of his trial. Imagine if you could do that. Imagine if you don't want to go to court, so you just create a war. Well, that appears to be what happened there. So that was pretty surprising. Just shows you something to think about. And then this is the kind of stuff, this is what we were calling WrestleMania or kayfabe. It's causing a lot of people to be very traumatized. I get that. If this was true, it would be bad, because he says it's all been a big hoax, and if you want to talk about it, then you are a stupid person. Well, again, don't fall for that. As I said before, it's not real. It's intended to draw you in, get you emotionally involved, but it's not actually what's going on at all. And so people are starting to pick up on this. It's become a very interesting thing that people are seeing the truth now. But he's taking a lot of flack for this. He's sacrificing political power because only 17, how ironic the number, right? Only 17% of people are actually approving of the way that he is handling this situation. So that's clearly beyond any one political partition. So that means we got 90 or 83% of people are unhappy. It's shocking, but there it is. So again, this is all going to turn around. He's creating the desire for people to see this come out. And then we had Maureen, the federal prosecutor in these two cases, getting fired by the DOJ. And as we talked about last week, she is the son of James, the other Comey. And so that also is very, very significant. And, you know, these things are happening in real time. They're dealing with this problem that we're facing on a one-by-one ongoing basis. That's just the way it works. So, U.S. assessment finds that the American strikes on Iran mostly destroyed only one of the 3 facilities, and they could resume operations within months. So this, unfortunately, could lead to more warlike activity. Hopefully it doesn't, but it's something to be aware of, something to watch out for. Thursday of last week, we had the demand to create more disclosure. I have asked her to produce, as it says in the highlighted area, because of ridiculous publicity, any and all pertinent grand jury testimony subject to court approval. So that's pretty fascinating, because again, this proves that I was right. He's not disinterested in this. He just wanted people to get mad, and now they're calling for things to be released, and it's going to be, again, one reveal after another. But the big one is that they brought her into custody, and she's singing like a bird. This is GMax. She's given them 100 names. So we're going to get to that. Friday, once again, positive things happening, that the Israeli Prime Minister and the President of Syria have agreed to a ceasefire embraced by Turkey, Jordan, and its neighbors. So that's really wonderful. That's very good news. You got to remember there's good things happening. And again, you know, nothing will be good enough, but we're going to release the testimony, he says. The troublemakers and radical people, they will always want more, more, more. Then we have Zelensky, who's also trying to get a ceasefire. So they tried to have a meeting. It didn't work out, but at least we know that they're very close to wanting to do something like this. This is actually really, really great. Since Sunday, on July 20th, Iran has now replaced all of their air defenses that were damaged in the previous war. Oh my God, is that really true? Well, that's what they're saying, so that's pretty sad. And then on the same day, July 20th, right down here at the bottom, this is the alliance. This is our positive, you know, U.S. military intelligence community group saying that it's all staged, just like I told you. So once again, you know, what are they saying it about here? Oh, that Bannon provided media training in 2019. So again, all staged. It's just intended to make you mad. Here's another one. Tulsi was just on Sunday Morning Futures with Maria, and besides saying that she fully expects indictments and prosecutions, no matter how powerful folks are or were, she also said that more information will be released this week. And this is also really fascinating. So, again, if you've had your own reasons to be upset, everything is running towards a ceasefire now. That's really cool. And they have Whistleblowers coming out of the woodwork in the intelligence community who are disgusted by what has been done. So people, this is another level of what Trump was doing. He's creating a hero's journey. He's making people angry. We're at 3,600 viewers now. Thank you for being here. He's making people angry. He's bringing them out of the woodwork so that they will blow the whistle, tell the truth, and we're expecting indictments and prosecutions. So this is all actually going in the right direction. It might not feel that way to you right now, but actually on this kind of stuff, for the most part, I'm feeling really good. I just would like my life to be stabler and less distracting, but we're getting there. So, the White House is alarmed by BN's decisions in Syria. Multiple administration officials were quoted saying that he is a madman and a child who just won't behave. So that's pretty crazy. So this same day, we had our first crop formation, and this was in Germany. So we had a German crop circle that shows up in a town called Freiding. And that's one of the first things because the word Freiding is very close to the word friend or friending. So this looks like a naval mine from World War I. It also looks like the Mayan calendar symbol. And this is Freiding, Germany. So here it is. This is our new crop circle. And it's actually quite interesting, isn't it? So what are we looking at here? We're looking at a circle that has these spikes coming off of it. And then it is surrounded by the typical Aztec sunstone / Mayan calendar ring. Very interesting. So this does have an undeniable similarity to World War I naval mines. So this is a computer-generated image of World War I naval mines. And yes, they are round. They have to be anchored to the bottom of the ocean because they float inside. They have air in them. And if your submarine or boat is unhappy enough to bump into one of these corners, then lo and behold, you're going to have an explosion. And so these are explosive devices. So let's look at that and then compare that to the crop formation. Oh yeah. Okay, so all these other crop formations have been talking about a solar flash, a solar explosion of some kind. And now we actually have something that kind of looks like the sun as well in a stylized World War I exploding mine. And it's in the Mayan calendar symbol, which represents the end of the Mayan calendar. So how crazy is that? So here's an example of a World War I mine that you can see. Here's another example. They don't all look the same, but they have similar designs. This is another example. Here's one that's a cutaway. You can see it's hollow on the inside. It has material, energetic material inside. And if you bump any of these switches, then it goes off. So that's what the whole world feels like right now. It feels like we're on the brink of something exploding. It's a very troubling and scary time. But again, I believe this is a very on-the-nose prophecy of our solar flash. The sun is going to explode, much like a naval mine. But before that freaks you out, Michael does assure us over and over again that this is not going to be catastrophic. It will actually be non-catastrophic. And the mine is surrounded by the Mayan calendar, as I said, illustrated by the Aztec sunstone, which again reinforces what Michael's been telling us week after week. As terrible as all this is, as upsetting as your life might be also, you know, we're working on this together. We're getting through it. We're getting through it 1 week at a time. And I'm just going to show up for you guys and be present with you over and over again until this is over. And then I'll be doing different things, but I'll still be, you know, doing shows, I'm sure. So the mine also is made of a double pentagram. And so this again, you can see that, right? There's 2 stars there. Well, that's the Satanic pentagram. So this is also prophetic of the explosion of the Satanic DS as well. Plus, because it's a World War I mine, this invokes the Fatima prophecies, right? That full time frame that we're looking at is the World War I time frame. And remember that when Portugal had just entered World War I, they got this angelic visitation by what identified itself as Mother Mary, and it turned into Mother Mary actually showing up in a flying saucer, a flying disc, flying overhead, scaring the crap out of everybody, making the sun disappear. This was the same day of the month for multiple months in a row. A very, very fascinating event because this was, what, 30 years before the flying saucer term was coined, but it was a flying saucer. So I think that this also could be tying in Fatima and the idea that these beings are going to return, which is great. We're up to 3,800 viewers. Woo! Okay, so here's some other pictures of it from different angles you can see. And people started noticing, you know what, this combined two different images that were from exactly 20 years ago. So this is from Red Collie or Dr. Horace Drew. We're seeing Freiding, Germany on July 20th, and that's the one that you got there on the left. And then look at that on the right. Exactly 20 years before, and only 10 days off, we had Lane End Down, which also looks like a World War I mine. And it has all these very similar things to it. And then in the same year, 20 years ago, 2005, we have Wayland's Smithy, which again has the Mayan calendar symbology in it. So he's associating this with the orbit of Venus because, again, Venus and Earth conjoin as they orbit through the solar system, and they conjoin in a pentagonal shape that actually holds up really well over time. It's quite amazing. So he was pointing that out. It could be related to Venus. And again, this is where Archangel Michael / Ra says they came from. They came from Venus. And it all got messed up. And we misunderstand everything. But apparently there are positive beings that live in Venus and can project themselves into human form out of energy. So here's the crop circle on the right from 2005. You can see how similar they are. Let's look at it for up close now. July 10th, 2005, Lane End Down. It's been counted. It had 27 internal dots within the white circle, 71 or 72, let's go with 72 surrounding circles in the open field. Both of these numbers are highly significant. Okay, first of all, the Earth's axis shifts in the night sky in relationship to the stars by 1 degree every 72 years. So over the course of 25,920 years, you go through all 360 degrees, and now you're back to where you were 25,000 years ago. That's the great solar cycle. So the number 72 is very, very critical to the so-called precession of the equinoxes. So if there's 72 circles on the outside, then yes, this directly, again, double reinforces the idea of the Mayan calendar. And then also, we have the number 27 being one number above the magic Mayan number of 26. So 26 is very important in the Mayan calendar system. They count up to 26 and then it restarts based on a very strange thing of 20 plus 6 that they do. So that again reinforces the Mayan calendar. And then even more, if you take the tetrahedron, which is the basic geometry that it actually shows you in this formation, let's go back to that for a second. This is the interlaced tetrahedron, just like what I've got right here, right? This is another example of the tetrahedron. So it's really super exciting. I mean, I wish my life wasn't in the dumps, but you know, you can clearly see the tetrahedral geometry in this. We got the precessional degree every 72 years. That's in there, Mayan calendar. And then we got 27 spins of the tetrahedron, which, again, is not insignificant because the Hebrew alphabet apparently was given to us by extraterrestrial beings, and they created these Hebrew fire letters. The Hebrew alphabet is actually the rotation of a tetrahedron with this spiral inside. So this is Stan Tenon's strange model, okay? You take this spiral that he's showing you right here and you put it inside the tetrahedral shape, and then you spin it the 27 ways, and that gives you, I don't know if they use all 27 in the Hebrew alphabet, but there's a total of 27 symmetry spins. So this is the shape that he thought that all Hebrew could be derived from, as well as Arabic. So even the Arabic letters also appear to be extraterrestrial derived, just like the Hebrew letters. This is how you spin the tetrahedron in different ways and get that to work. It's really, really fascinating. So here are some of the Hebrew letters of the alphabet: Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Mem, Samek, and Tav. And sure enough, the actual Hebrew shape of the letters is corresponding with this inner tetrahedron. So how weird that the tetrahedron has 27 spins. The Hebrew alphabet appears to have been given to us by extraterrestrials. Let's just breathe. So this is all coming out right now. I mean, it's actually really, really fascinating when you look at what's going on, because this is like a decisively big step in our evolution. If we're going to go through some kind of solar flash, if we're going to go through some type of energetic change, I'd say bring it on. So then Wayland's Smithy. This is very interesting because, again, 20 years ago, you have the ET-style head with an exploding pineal gland with all this energy coming off of it. He's got rays coming off of his head. He looks like a gray, sort of, and it's got the Mayan calendar circle around the outside. So this was from J.P. Passos, and he's showing you how these different shapes from 20 years apart intersect. Some people associated that crop circle, Wayland's Smithy, with the arrival of a bright new comet in a very interesting way. It apparently had binary codes in it. So again, let's go back, and you see how next to the circle with the face in it in the middle, there's a series of these lines. And the lines are the second layer of the inside of the circle, okay? There's all these lines going on there, and it turns out that these are binary codes. He says, what was so interesting about the second crop picture on August 9th, it gave two dates in terms of two binary base 16 numbers. This is what Mayan calendars do, you know, that's how it works. In the context of 20 days and 52 years, the first coded date of 13-10-7, which was again given to us in binary, precisely gives you the day that the crop circle went down, August 9th, 2005. The second coded date of 14-5-11, which again is in a weird binary system, it's not a calendar date, this predicted when this comet Holmes would join closely with Mirfak in Earth's night sky and be widely seen by everyone with their naked eyes. Since each 52-year cycle of a Mayan calendar lasts for 18,980 days, becomes an easy task to find the meaning of 14-5-11 once you know 13-10-7. Will there be 2 full cycles of Venus until we see another bright new star in our solar system? Yes, so the idea is, again, they encoded the arrival of a bright comet, which I would interpret as a solar brightness event that this extraterrestrial source that's doing these crop circles is telling us to prepare for. So the layering is very, very deep. We have the exploding mine, the World War I connection to Fatima. We have the 27 symmetry spins of the tetrahedron, the extraterrestrial alphabets like Hebrew and Arabic. We have the 72 circles on the outside, which indicates the end of the precession, the end of the Mayan calendar, and now it's associated with a bright release of light. So are you guys fascinated by this or what? Mike Guyver Labonte says the Star of David is a right side up, upside down triangle, as above, so below. In 3 dimensions, it also makes an evil emblem. Star of David, well, yeah, but it's a pentagon is a different thing, pentagram. Thanks, David, for all that you share, says Darlene McCurdy. Nate Pierce says, I love it. Abundantly empowered, we're upgrading our consciousness to use AI in a productive way. The military intelligence is in full control, says Kick Dreaming. David, you said the larger you are the larger the building is in your dream, the more you've spiritually grown. What if the environment gets wider as well? It's the same thing. So again, you know, the crop circles have been really fascinating. Each one of them, I would say, is telling us a story and symbolism. It's a story that seems to be pretty easy to decode most of the time. And, you know, let's just push through these final weeks. I mean, Michael already gave us last week a deadline that's now 3 or 4 weeks away. So if you can just make it through 3 or 4 more weeks, you're going to be seeing amazing things. I think it could even start happening faster than that. The arrests may begin this week. I mean, it's a very intense time. It's also why I don't want to be traveling right now. I prefer to be home. So the arrival of a bright new star, well, that would be the solar flash, which again, it appears that the Michael Prophecies that was channeled through me and these crop circles are working together. and they're also working with the Alliance as well. It does put me in an interesting position, being a middleman for some type of celestial contract to save our planet. And I'm really excited about it. Stay grounded, says Abundantly Powered. Thank you. The scriptures are fascinating. They're from out of this world, says Mike Guyver Labonte again. The arrests are coming. There's plenty of abundance. We can all manifest wealth. Yes, this is happy birthday, Cassie, people are saying. Okay, so thank you, David, from the Austin area of Texas. Some rando says, I was arrested last week. Very sorry to hear that. We're all getting through this one day at a time, the best way that we can. Yet another really strange thing, you guys. The same crop circle in Germany, the World War I mine, shows up on the 46-year anniversary of the Apollo moon landing, July 20th. So astronauts coming to a new sphere. Well, this again reinforces the idea that ancient astronauts, ancient astronaut theorists, that's what they call me on Ancient Aliens, this reinforces the ET angelic connection. Very much so. And remember, there was an ET head inside the glyph, which we also saw another one in 2005 surrounded by step pyramids. And this suggests that we're going to learn the truth about these angelic beings who built these pyramids in our past. Notice he does have a little circle where the pineal gland is, and that shows the pineal expansion that we're expecting will occur. This also ties in the Valiant Thor formation of July 22nd, 2011. This is one of my favorite ones. Once again, you've got the tetrahedron shape. You see that, the two tetrahedrons. Once again, you've got the gray-looking face, but now it looks almost more like a Cylon. The head actually looks like a stylized version of Gort from The Day the Earth Stood Still. And The Day the Earth Stood Still revealed the story of Valiant Thor, who apparently reached the Pentagon in 1957, stayed there for 3 years, and helped orchestrate this plan that is now working through the military alliance. It's working through me. Let's just try to breathe and just be really grounded here, because this is wild stuff. We're feeling all the pressure of initiation. Each one of us right now is going through our final stuff. So whatever you're dealing with right now, this is a major karmic burn-off that you are experiencing. We're all experiencing this, so that we can compassionately be ready for an ascension process. Because Michael has said, first you get the arrests, then you get the revealing of the truth. Once the truth comes out, we get disclosure. And at some point in the middle of all this, as humanity awakens to the darkness that existed, we call out to the universe. The sun responds with this energetic change. It's a visible release. They're predicting that in multiple ways with this formation. This formation ties in 20 years ago, the arrival of the Apollo astronauts on the moon. It's got the number 72, which is precessional. It's got the number 27, which is Mayan, and it talks about the tetrahedron. The exploding World War I mine, like the sun is going to give off a bright flash, and the Wayland Smithy formation encoded the arrival of this comet. So the comet's arrival suggests brightness in the sky. It's very, very cool. So now it also ties in the Valiant Thor formation, and that whole movie, Day the Earth Stood Still, apparently was the result of a treaty that was made with angelic extraterrestrials. So the basic movie has him coming in a UFO. He has a big robot named Gort that you see here that protects him. He is actually human. So he comes out after Gort. That's him waving in the background. And here he is after he took his helmet off, speaking to the people of Earth. This is supposedly Valiant Thor. But again, if you disrespect them, if you don't have peace like these higher beings want you to, they will stop you from committing acts of war. So when there's a bunch of tanks and they're going to fire on Gort and they're going to commit an act of war, his visor opens and out comes this laser beam and he vaporizes all of the tanks. Notice also his ears. I just noticed this. The ears have this interesting three-part structure on them, which looks very similar to the step pyramids that we saw on this other shape. So let me actually go out of there. We'll grab that. And then we'll put that in again here so you guys can see this. And then we'll have this happen. Hold on. Let me just do that. This is worth it, so just give me a second. You're going to love this. Oops. See, I'm trying to work too fast here. Got to take my time, do it slowly, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Okay. So we've got Gort in the show, and you're going to look at his ear now, and then we're going to put that next to this crop formation. Oh my God, yeah, it's got Gort elements, doesn't it? Because the ear is the same with these so-called step pyramids. So this is a very, very fascinating thing because, again, the basic prophecy is that angelic ETs are not going to allow us to destroy our planet. That's what the Day the Earth Stood Still is about. It's about Valiant Thor. He's the one that's probably doing the crop circles. He's the one that did the Michael Prophecies. He's identifying as Archangel Michael. It's pretty freaking exciting. When you start adding up all the pieces, this story is amazing. And so, again, I'm very, very honored to be with you today. We're up to 4,117 people watching. That's nearly, that's better than our average because we couldn't get above 4,000 before. So I'm happy. I'm very happy now. We also had the Mayan winged disc formation a year before that also had this Mayan type of stuff in it. And again, the winged disc is like a flying saucer. So what kind of stuff are they really telling us here? It's very interesting. There was also a double star formation 2005, so that reiterated again suggesting the downfall of the Satanic DS. Plus, in that exact same year, we had yet another image that had the Mayan stuff around it that has this very curious trafficking symbol inside. I won't say that word out loud. You can read it starting with boy. But there it is, man. I mean, that is exactly what the symbol looks like. And so this is saying that horrific DS influence and how they're so into this stuff, it's all going to be going away. And it's all going to be leading to arrests and everything else at the real end of the Mayan calendar, which Michael is telling us is this year, 2025. The 2012 date got postponed because we weren't ready yet. So let's look at this symbol, compare it with Wayland Smithy, which happened the same year, and you can see, sure enough, there's very similar architecture going on. Here's yet another one that showed up with the Mayan symbology in 2005, again showing you the tetrahedral Star of David. So these are all very interesting. And then in 2013, we had the Mayan ET head, again suggesting extraterrestrials, flying machines, and the Aztec sunstone circle. So Red Collie, again, is thinking that it could be about Venus cycles. I'm not really convinced that's what it is, but I wanted to show that. Even weirder, the name Morning Star, which again, it could either mean Venus or it could mean the devil, so it has positive and negative connotations. That spiked medieval weapon is called a Morning Star. Oh my God. So if the Morning Star is about Lucifer, right, well then this would represent Lucifer's explosion as the result of the return of Valiant Thor and other 6th-density beings from Venus. So that's pretty freaking amazing, isn't it? And then also, again, the Morning Star being Venus, the positive beings coming back to defeat this evil. Okay, so we're moving right along really well. Let's go up to the next day, because now we're out of the crop circles. But again, this, just in summary, we've almost never seen a crop circle that ties in so many different formations from exactly 20 years ago, and then the Mayans were counting a 20-year cycle that has to do with Jupiter-Saturn conjunctions. And just last week, Michael was telling us to look at a Uranus-Neptune Trine, which is it's called a type of conjunction. Planetary conjunctions happen in different ways, different alignments. So all of these crop circles put together are very compelling. They tell a very compelling story. So then on Monday, July 21st, you might not have seen this, 230,000 new pages on Martin Luther King just came out. I haven't had time to look at them. I've been very busy. It's quite amazing. So don't think nothing is happening. We're getting very, very close. House Republicans are now going to subpoena GMax, and then they ended up doing it. It all happened this past week, and then she sang like a bird, so they said. We also completed a massive deal with Japan for $500 billion, and the U.S. will receive 90% of the profits. I mean, again, these are amazing things that are happening, so please don't just focus on the negative like I was doing. We have so many reasons to be happy, so many reasons to be positive. So, new evidence that the Hillary investigation was rigged, and they have the bombshell receipts. So again, this is all going to be coming out. It's all going to be part of what we see. Then we had Ozzy Osbourne die the same day, and they were calling him the Prince of Darkness. So this was a synchronicity because I had mentioned the movie Prince of Darkness 2 weeks ago. It had this big tube in it where there's this black goo. It was green in the movie, but greenish black. Very, very similar to all the stuff that we were talking about. So I had just mentioned a movie called Prince of Darkness. Now everybody's calling Ozzy the Prince of Darkness, and he just died. So is that a weird psychic synchronicity? Maybe so. I mean, who knows? It's very fascinating to me. Now we're into Wednesday of last week, where Iran is suspecting that they've been sabotaged of nearly daily fires and explosions at their oil refineries and apartment complexes. Again, this is why, like, I think the small country is knowing that they're almost out of time. They're desperately trying to get another war going, and it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. But is Vinnie Barbarino says, is H, her Highness, is she going to be arrested? Yep, and then Hulk Hogan died too. Ozzy and Hulk both died around the same time. Let's get right into that. We then have Candace, and she got sued. So this is why you don't want to say things about people, because that can come back to haunt you. So I'm very careful about what I do on my show. And then they're making peace talks, but the peace talks got canceled after 34 minutes. That's not very long. And there will be no third round. This is something to look out for. It may end in an upsetting way, as Michael's already predicted. So then here's the DNI, Tulsi, saying that this individual directed a years-long treasonous conspiracy against us and against the president. This is all coming out in the open. What an interesting timing, huh? And then this district judge rejected the bid to unseal these transcripts. So again, we see people covering up the truth. That's what could be going on there. The Department of Justice announced the formation of a strike force to investigate this individual. What? Strike force? I mean, that sounds kind of intense. It's not defamation if it's factual. That's absolutely right. Ozzy has always been known as the Prince of Darkness. Nothing new there. I know that. I know he's been known as the Prince of Darkness. What's interesting is that I mentioned a movie called Prince of Darkness 2 weeks before he died. To me, that is psychic. That's all I was pointing out, you guys. Then it says here, again, the formation of a strike force to assess evidence publicized by the DNI. And then we have a subpoena. Oh my God, they voted to subpoena them over these connections. If you can't see how big that is, you're not paying attention. That leads directly to arrests. And they should be very concerned right now. Then we had, again, Hulk Hogan dying due to a cardiac arrest. Well, this is also very strange because I've been spending 4 weeks now talking about WrestleMania and kayfabe. And I also mentioned that if you do steroids, that eventually you'll have a heart attack. You'll die from a heart attack because your heart gets bigger, but your rib cage doesn't. And there ends up being too much pressure from the surrounding wall of bone on your heart. And your heart keeps growing because, again, when you take steroids, your muscles are growing and you can't stop your heart from getting bigger. So this was the dark secret of professional wrestling, that apparently your heart actually gets too big for your rib cage and it eventually can no longer pump properly and you have a heart attack. 4333 concurrent viewers. How about that? We're 1 hour in. Hey, David, what do you think about the object on its way surveilling our solar system? It's on a trajectory. Let's Hope said that and donated. Thank you very much. And yeah, so it's very interesting. We are going to get into that story as well. And look at the timing with the crop formation. This idea that it's all flagging the Apollo landing. The first time any humans landed on the moon that we know of in our modern times was Apollo. There might have been other classified programs, of course, but and stuff in the ancient past. But certainly in the present, this is it. We have the Apollo missions, and then on the 46-year anniversary, they plant this circle down right there on the same day. And it's a 20-year cycle. So that suggests, again, the arrival of extraterrestrial beings. That's what these crop circles are trying to tell us. Get ready because the friends are coming back. So we have Hulk Hogan. I've been comparing him to Trump for 4 weeks now, which is interesting, that Trump is the face. And so the talk of kayfabe has now ended up prophetic. Now, I don't know if this is true, but because I was branding 47 as the Hulk, isn't it weird that you have Ozzy and the Hulk who both disappear within 2 days of each other? I don't know if that's what this is, but you never know. It is weird that it happened 2 days after them, because we do know from whistleblowers that they will sometimes off people to try to gain more magical power. So I don't know if that's what's going on. It's very sad, but it is a question worth asking. So now we get into Friday and things start to really heat up. We got Ghislaine, who is now singing like a bird, giving up the names of around 100 people. And she claimed that they had various devices hidden wherever and that everything was being captured. They can see everything, she said. And this also involves very famous people. So again, this is the real exciting part that we're seeing right here, because they were trying to tell us, oh, no, there is no list. You know, it's just your imagination. The kayfabe from the president himself is doing that. It's like, wow, what's the real truth here? Well, she just gave up 100 names, and they're saying that she's singing like a bird. So that's extremely, extremely exciting, you guys. And then here it is. She provides the DOJ with the information on these 100 people. So that went out into the news. And then she was seen carrying a mystery box into the prison after she had this secret meeting. This is probably homework. Did we ever find out what was in the box? They asked us this question in the Alliance posts. There she is carrying it into the room. Most likely, she was asked to survey evidence and give her testimony on it. And so that, again, suggests that really big stuff is happening. Now, how soon are they going to act on this evidence? It could be almost immediately. This coming week may be when the arrest scenario starts, and that's why, again, hopefully I can get this all resolved and I won't have to go, because I don't want to be out there right now. I want to be home. So then this was fascinating. July 25th, the same Alliance source that I'm always quoting from says, "Make no peace with evil, no deals." So even though she's given up all these names, they still think she's guilty enough it won't matter. So, you know, that's just reality. Saturday, we had this very provocative post from Dan Bongino. During my tenure here, I have repeatedly relayed to you things that are happening that might not be immediately visible, but they are happening. There again, he's saying, have faith, it's all going to be okay. We are committed to stamping out public corruption and the political weaponization of law enforcement and intelligence. It is a priority. What I have learned, here it comes, in the course of our properly predicated and necessary investigations in these matters has shocked me down to my core. That doesn't sound good, does it? What would that mean? Why would he be shocked down to the core? It's something that you would not expect to see, obviously something a lot worse. We cannot run a republic like this. I'll never be the same after learning what I've learned. I'll never be the same, shocked to my core. These are very provocative statements. And so again, if you don't see this, it's setting up the big reveal in the future, you guys. It's setting all that up. And we do still need your Super Chat donations, by the way. So anybody who wants to give, feel free to do so. I definitely want to keep that going. He did say that he was changed forever from the evidence. This is the Alliance's post. You can note that her silhouette is in the background. Shocked, again, shaking him to his core. So notice, first of all, there she is on the right in a silhouette. And we have Charlie Winter just donated. Thank you very much. I've been going through a ton of physical changes and releases. Please give us info to clarify for those of us experiencing Ascension symptoms that are much more intense than ever before. Michael said a few of us will go first. Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling it, you guys. I'm definitely having a very rough time. You know, we're taking it one day at a time. We're just plodding through this thing as best we can. So I totally feel that, and I totally empathize. It's happening to me too. And I just advise you to try to be as calm as possible. Bjorn just donated. Thank you very much. He says, Ozzy was a nice guy and he's going to heaven. I totally agree. I loved Ozzy when I was growing up. So this is all really good. And so this is what they actually said. It has shaken him to its core, and he claims the truth is darker and deeper than anyone imagined. Well, that isn't quite what he said, but they're telling you what you're going to learn. So again, I'm very honored to be a part of this. What I've uncovered has changed me forever. This is not how a republic will survive. So now he's learning the truth about how big and evil it really is. And then they say right here at the end, again, it has changed me forever. And then they say, only witnessing these particular crimes can shake a man this deeply. Wow. Okay. So they're definitely setting this up. They're definitely setting up the big reveal. And supposedly the laptop has an audio of some type of atrocity happening involving a demon. You don't see anything, but you can apparently hear it. And so we've heard from insiders that this is why the NYPD was so upset by what happened. Directly from Colonel Robert Fairlawn, he told me this. Now, I don't know if that's really what they're going to give us or not. We may never see that because it would probably mess people's heads up too much, so I don't think they're going to let that one go. But the information that we will learn is going to be very traumatic and upsetting anyway. Glynis Elaine, fear, anxiety, and sadness is so heavy right now, it has been a challenge to keep the vibration up. Yeah, I definitely feel it. Mainstream media named Ozzy the Prince of Darkness, says Sharon Lewis. I agree. So again, I'm encouraging you not to feel that way. As I talk my way through this with you, it's like, yeah, you know what? We really don't have to worry. We are going to be okay. Things are doing very well. And they're not going to be able to stop us regardless of what weird stuff they do. This was another one they posted, says, this is what Nancy Pelosi looks like this week. And obviously, again, it's funny because she's got a frown on her face. And then it said here on their own Alliance TG post that Dan has been shaken to its core over the discoveries from their investigations. Well, the video that they posted there is about, it's about a very nasty abuse incident involving Skippy, if you remember that whole thing. So again, don't watch it. It's very upsetting. But yeah, not for the weak of heart. And then 47 actually posted this. And then it was forwarded by Awkward Mama, but this was originally on his own social media. And if you zoom in, they are chasing him down and they're comparing it to the O.J. Simpson trial. So isn't that interesting? And then, just like you guys were saying, mysterious intergalactic object could potentially be a hostile alien spacecraft slated to attack our planet in November, according to a new study by scientists. Scientists are saying that an alien spacecraft is entering our solar system from intergalactic space and could be slated to... How do they know it's going to attack us in November? Well, maybe it's not going to attack us in November. Remember, they need a big distraction, so this could be earlier than November. They're just putting out the November date to make it a little more in the future, but it could happen next month, it could happen next week. They may actually still try to do a fake alien invasion to try to get out of jail. That's what we could be seeing, so be ready for anything, you guys. And again, isn't it weird that we had this Michael crop circle that shows the image of a World War I explosive mine, along with all this stuff going on? So that's very, very fascinating, isn't it? So GMax's appeal looms. Again, she discussed 100 different people. It's about whether the government is held to its word. And then on Sunday, the 27th, this is what we got. They are seeking indictments for top officials, including B, C, and C. That's why I made the referrals. We are seeking indictments. Wow. And the first indictment unsealed will, we were just reading 3717, create a mass popular awakening, and it will lead to all these other things happening. So how long can it be after they do the first indictments before they do everything else and they arrest a whole bunch of other people? Maybe hardly any time at all. because the DS is willing to do a fake alien invasion, perhaps. They're willing to do all sorts of atrocities to try to kill lots of people, anything they can to stop this from really, really taking hold and moving forward. So there we go. I'm trying to do a faster show for you guys. Total Todd says, David is a rock star. I really appreciate that. Thank you, David, for all you do. It's nice to hear from you guys, so I appreciate it. Pictures have been posted. Yes, hit the like button. That's great. We're all in a challenge right now, and the challenge is to just keep breathing, to stay calm. Let's do a little breathing together. Oh, and look at that, Ginny Blankenfield, right as I said that, said, one breath at a time, we will all make it through together. I'm trusting the ascension process, sending love and peace to you, David. I appreciate that. So yes, let's all take a breath. Just clear all this fear, because everything is so weird and it's so scary and it's so uncertain, and we're all basically experiencing different forms of this at the same time. In my show, we're now up to 4,684 concurrent viewers. So thank you guys for being here again. This is great. So now we're going right into our Archangel Michael time loops. And again, on 5/27/99, the data got much stronger. The reading and the dream are both very dazzling. And it begins with mass arrests underway. So that's where we are in the time loop. I mean, this is incredibly fascinating. I was outdoors with my computer telephone trying to fix my car. That was the big thing. The car was broken down and rusted looking. My phone had a really long cord on it, stretched out, attached to a chain link fence. So this symbolizes humanity, the car does, in our ascension. The vehicle of the human body is the car, in this case. The transformation of the car happens at the end. If you remember, if you watched this show last week, let's go over here. If you watched this show last week, then you know that the car ends up brand new at the end, which is impossible, because I just left it there to be fixed, and then all of a sudden it's totally overhauled. So, yeah, this, and the phone being tied to a fence is like the phone represents channeling. It represents hearing the words of God. In this case, Stephanie Marsh donated. Thank you very much. Unconditional divine love and light flowing to and from all beings in the cosmos. All is well. So yes, the connection, the telephone represents God talking to you, but if it's connected to a chain link fence, the fence creates imprisonment. So our God connection is imprisoned. We're not free to meet with the beings of the universe who really love us and want to help us, which would be great if we could. There was a parade going on right in front of me, unique to Virginia, and it was actually some sort of military operation. Well, there it is. Tanks in the streets, soldiers in the streets, just like we were hearing about. This is a dazzling prophecy of the so-called 10 Days of Darkness mass arrest scenario. If the Alliance were to go after BO, others may not be far behind. And now you're seeing they're already calling for the indictments, you guys. So here we are in the middle of this amazing situation. If you've been reading and following my work, then you know this is all I've been talking about for many years. So we just have to get through 3 or 4 more weeks. I mean, this is it. So keep your chin up. Don't get sad. Use the power of your breath. The power of your breath is one of the greatest things you have to center you into the present. You're breathing in these cubical oxygen molecules. The nucleus of the oxygen atom is a cube. So breathe in healing. Breathe in love. Breathe in support. Support yourself. Love yourself. I'm obviously having to go through my own legal challenges, jury duty, and all this other stuff that's going on, because it has brought me to a level where I'm sympathizing with you and with what you're feeling. And I think that's the way Michael likes to do it. You know, I'm going to keep doing the show because the time loop is so amazing we can't stop. And I need, frankly, I need the money. But, you know, that's not why I'm doing it. I'm not doing this for money. I'm doing this because I want to see this work. I want to see the planet be saved. I want to see us be safe. I want to see us get liberated. And it's going to happen through, apparently, a military operation. And here's this time loop on this cassette from 1999. Or no, this after this cassette. Let me actually get the right one. I want to hold the right one in my hands here. So we got it. There it is. 520. This is the tape that we're on right now. This is 524. Let's get up close on it. 524.99 to 66.99. You can see that. 524 to 66. So This is the tape that I originally dictated. And again, I dictated it into this machine. So this was my tape recorder. You pop the tape in, and then lo and behold, it closes. You hit the record button, which I'm definitely not going to do. I don't want to erase it. But that's what I was doing. I was remote viewing. It's supposedly 99% accurate if you use the right protocols. My whole life has been designed for this, you guys. And in case you haven't been following it, we've had time loops going on every single Sunday since last September. So I'd have to be darn near dead to not want to do the show. I mean, no matter how depressed I am or non-functioning my life may be, you know, we'll just get through it. Bonnie Demlong, it's all good. Thank you for the donation. So again, the outdoor parade is a military operation, and I want to remind you that we are in a 3 to 4 week long timeline. Michael said that last week. It all culminates on August 28th, which is this Uranus-Neptune Trine, where it's also creating a triangle with Pluto. So there's 3 planets that are in a very heavy-duty sacred geometry, triangular relationship, and sacred geometry is sound, which is vibration. Sacred geometry is sound realized in 3-dimensional space as geometry. We talked about that extensively. This is ultimately a sound vibration. You'll get these shapes just by vibrating liquid water, and the particles will arrange into various shapes like this. So when you have planets that are in these type of sacred geometric conjunctions with each other, it strengthens their effect on our consciousness. And ultimately, the planets themselves are conscious beings, and they have different personalities, and they awaken different parts of our psyche. So yes, the law of one and these higher beings do tell us that astrology is real, planetary aspects do matter. So the whole thing is culminating somewhere around August 28th. So we really don't have to wait very long. We're getting very, very close to that now. It's just over a month away. So the worst that we have to wait is 4 weeks. So that's Michael talking to us from a higher level. I do believe that. Oh my gosh, we got donations coming in. You guys are being really good to me. Rob of Broccoli. David, I showed a person your show and explained the communications to them. That's great. Thank you. Total Todd, it matters not why you do this. It matters what you do. I'm here with you and we are one. Thank you. Breathing, relaxing, and receiving the message. Thank you, David, says Leanne Boudreau. Yeah, let's just have another breath. It's good for me too. I don't want to have any nervousness. I mean, everything is ultimately going to be fine. So let's see if I can get that to come on again. One of my lights' battery looks like it's dying, but we can keep that moving. So I just showed ancient technology for the kids who have never seen a tape recorder and cassette. Ancient technology. It is funny, isn't it? I mean, using a cassette tape recorder to record myself is so common I didn't even think of it. My father still uses analog cassettes to record his music interviews. Nothing to be too worried about. You know, we are in a sacred renewal. And so when you see a dream like this and Michael is telling you that the military's on the streets and it's on this tape from 1999, right, and everything is time looped into the present, that is a miracle that is so much greater than anything that we can be worried about right now that we really shouldn't be worried about it. You know, worrying is just a waste of your energy. And the whole thing is going to resolve very soon. Michael's telling us that. And he's been right about so many things. It's like, well, yeah, let's just hang in there a little bit longer. So this was critical. There were military guys parading all up and down the streets, and they didn't want me to talk. I tried to call somebody on my phone, explain what the hell was going on. There's this big military presence, and somebody immediately shut me up. I was not allowed to use my own telephone. And again, we've been told that we are going to expect an emergency broadcast video on our phones, at least 7 of them. They will tell us to stay inside and not disrupt the operations. So if you did go outside, this is what would happen. They would tell you to shut up. They wouldn't want you filming it or being on the phone. I went to the first place I stayed in Virginia Beach. So basically, the military was creeping me out. So I'm like, okay, let's get the hell out of here. I don't want to bother them. Let me go someplace that's familiar. So I went to the first place I lived at. Oh, we had Parenting Through Ascension. We had 2 of them come in. Wow, look at that. Kaylin Robinson. Thank you for another great show, David. Have you heard of the recent testimony of ... Yep, I haven't seen it, but I heard about it, and I think it's all coming out. Can we at least hear your voice on the tape, says Carl Simmons. Well, I'm not prepared to do that right now, but we could. I don't think there's any batteries in here that work. No, it doesn't even have batteries in it. So I can't sit here right now and play the tape. Sorry. If there were batteries in here, it would work, but maybe we'll try that next week. Parenting through Ascension, I'm with you, David. I'm doing a lot of nervous system calming exercises and meditation these days and teaching my kids. Sending you so much love and support. I really appreciate that. Mini Disc is my favorite, says Meowl. That's funny. She's a terrifying warning of nuclear war. Excuse the alarming news. Archangel Uriel says better days are already underway, says Donna M. Atwood. All right. Glad I made you smile, says Axis Mundi. And we're at 4,557 concurrent viewers. We are kicking major butt here. Okay, so I went back to the first place that I stayed at when I lived in Virginia. I looked up into a large tree, and there was something in there so horrifying that I almost threw up right on the spot. The tree was totally overcome with festering slime, with tiny alien creatures growing in little sacs hanging off of the tree. It was really big, and there were many of these sacs stretching over into the roof in the yard. They were human-like, but loathsome and gray. So this is clearly talking about demonic negative beings. They all had a dripping wet, slimy, contorted, white, fleshy look like the hideous pods in Alien. I'll spare you any photographs of this. Now, I somehow knew that unless I stopped this, something was going to happen that was completely and imminently horrifying and malevolent. They would grow out of their pods, turn into adult scary creatures running around, killing people and wreaking havoc. And the military was probably there to try to find out where this happened and stop it. Whoops. So yeah, that's, again, just really, really disturbing, crazy stuff, but it is, again, symbolic of this Draco alien gray component that the military is fighting against, which will eventually reveal themselves. But again, I don't think we're ever going to have this happen, so don't be afraid that there's going to be slime on your tree outside and all that stuff. Keep up the good fight. Many are struggling right now. It is always darkest before the dawn. Amen to that. So again, we've got a lot of stuff going on here, and it's a very, very intense time. So let's just breathe. Let's just do an exercise together right now. Okay. I'd like you to follow the path of your breath. Just reaffirm your safety. Breathe deeply. Let yourself feel calm. Breathe out the negativity. Breathe in hope. Breathe in happiness. Know that you are protected. Know that these higher beings have our backs, even if it's very difficult right now. We are going to be totally okay. The future is wonderful. The military is on our side. They're going to help us out with this. It's all so beautiful. So I do love it. So then I started solving the problem. I started to take rocks and threw them at these individual sacks to knock them out of the tree. This is, again, our David and Goliath metaphor, which is really beautiful. Because, again, David, supposedly was me in a past life. And in that persona, in that lifetime, I threw a rock into the forehead of Goliath, the giant, and brought him down. If you believe that I was Edgar Casey, the faces are very similar. The Casey reading said that he was King David. So that's very unique to me, and this dream is obviously referencing that event. Since I didn't see anything else I could do to stop the pestilence, I started hurling the rocks up at these hideous creatures. And when we get to our event here, we are offering David stones. That is going to be happening. So again, you guys can make my life so much better. I mean, hopefully with the streaming, we can really make this event do well, because it's going to be a live event and streaming. When you start opening it up to streaming and you guys can support us and buy that online, that is a very dramatic way to help us that we really, really appreciate. So everybody who goes there live, if you have to, we're not going to be doing this for the streaming orders, but if you go live into the audience, everybody gets a rock like this off of my land. And if you buy the VIP ticket, then you get a larger rock about this size. And this is beautiful quartz that comes off of my own property. Michael has been talking about this in our time loop, actually, which is great. So we're solving the problem here. The sacks hit the ground and they'd squish with chunky green slime. They were definitely not human. So again, this is not literally going to happen. It's a metaphor about these alien influences and how they're working with people here on Earth in the DS at the highest level of this organization, which again, most of the people in the DS who are working for it and are sympathetic to it, they have no idea that there's this weird alien component. But, you know, I'm not making up a story. I'm taking evidence that is extremely comprehensive and thorough, and then I'm combining it all together and I'm showing you what the results are. And I'm bringing you into an understanding that this is what we got. So there is an alien component to this, and imagine, I mean, yeah, it's very scary and negative to think about the alien component, but then when you think about the positive beings that are also out there and that they are essentially the authors of all the major world religions, we're the ones fighting over what they said. We're the ones saying, oh, my God is better than your God. My God is stronger than your God. I need to kill you because you don't believe the way that I do. Let's just get rid of all that stuff. You know, we have a unique situation to take the reins, regain control of this planet. And so, yes, of course my life sucks. Of course your life sucks. Of course it's a difficult time. But it's a big, big step for me to get back out there and do my own events again. And I realized I was watching the Billy Joel documentary, second half of it again last night on HBO Max. And I said, you know, if you watch the Billy Joel story and you learn the lesson is that all he has to do is keep on working and he's happy and he's got enough money and his life is good. It was when he stopped working, it was when he stopped doing concerts that his life would get bad and that he would be really depressed and his marriages would dissolve and all this kind of stuff. Sometimes his marriages dissolve because he was working too much. That could also happen. So you want to have a happy medium. You don't want to work too much, but you don't want to underperform either. It's important that you're out there. So as long as I get out there, I'll always be okay. Plus, again, we already have a deal. We're gonna be bringing in billions of dollars to America to build airliners here. We're creating American jobs. And these airliners are 31% more fuel efficient. They're quieter. They're faster. 4-hour flight instead of a normal 5-hour flight with the same gas, actually less gas. You can get past the baggage cart in the aisle, or the beverage cart, rather. So yeah, things are actually really positive. It doesn't always feel that way, but it is. And so in a couple of, this is the most hideous part, that a smaller being would crawl out of the top of the head of one that had already been smashed. That's clearly alien and scary, demonic stuff. And I was worried about that one of them might hit me as they kept falling off the tree. So I think this dream, as horrible as it is, it's actually picturing what we all feel like right now. We're seeing this tree, we're seeing these disgusting things, we're trying to fight against it by ourselves. We feel overwhelmed, we feel powerless. It's very, very concerning, but we have to do this. You can't allow an infestation to occur. One of the great lessons of a big infestation is you have to take care of it. You can't leave it alone. I had an infestation of mice in my cabinets. I had to take care of it. I couldn't leave it alone. I had to figure out how were they getting in, plug the hole, clean up all this massive mess that's full of parasites and you don't want to breathe it, so you got to wear a mask and all this kind of stuff. I mean, we are dealing with the infestation, and so the plan is going to be a lot better for it. Even though I should have been afraid, I felt like I was just doing a necessary job. The whole problem could be taken care of if I worked at it long enough. I did not feel that I was in any danger, despite the horrors of the task I was undertaking. There you go. Those who work for and honor the Christ light of truth will be protected from all harms. It's a very, very important point. We're doing a necessary job, and it will be taken care of. I eventually left the scene and walked up to my brother's girlfriend. We were walking outside. I asked her if this was a big problem with the tree and the slime. She said no. There were people coming to take care of it. And then I realized the horrifying cleanup work I'd chosen to do wasn't really my responsibility. Well, that goes back to the military thing. They were there to find where this tree was and fight the alien invasion. They already knew about it. So this is symbolic of the Alliance versus the DS. And again, 3717 says but the first arrest will trigger a mass popular awakening. Now we get the big payoff. My car is parked in the neighbor's driveway, and it is miraculously brand new. And it was very filthy before. There was no rust. It looked very nice. It was shiny, polished, and seemingly brand new. So again, the car symbolizes our spiritual body, and this is prophetic of the new humanity that will form once we get the arrests and the trials. This all segues into the first wave of ascension. And again, I'm not just making this stuff up. We have a pedigree week after week. We have 7 Michael Prophecies books. You can laugh at it if you want to, but this is a very exciting development. You know, if we do get some type of species evolution out of this, then it's all worth it, man. All the suffering. I feel your pain. Whatever you're going through, I guarantee I feel your pain. So it's hard for me to feel relaxed and calm because, again, I have these immediate issues on the surface that I have to deal with, but that's much more superficial ultimately than the much deeper issues of we're all afraid, like, what are they going to do? Are they going to arrest people? Are they going to indict people? Is there going to be 10 days of darkness? The dream is showing you military in the streets. So I think this is going to happen because they are fighting this quote-unquote alien invasion that has affected our entire country and the world. Now, this is what Michael says right after this. The average brother, and remember, in Freemasonry, they all call each other brother, right? The average brother in your colonial building, well, that would be like Congress and government. They were open to a whole host of different tactics that would explain why the Constitution was in deferment. Wow. This is a dazzling prophecy of the blackmail that's going on, using a whole host of different targets to target, a whole host of different tactics to target the average brother in your colonial building. And as a result of this, the Constitution is in deferment. So again, I mean, now we're back into the part of the readings where, because a lot of this time loop, remember, I have these 21 tapes, and many of these tapes were not part of the 7 Michael Prophecies books. I had 21 tapes that we've been working through since last September, but now we're back into readings that I transcribed and posted on my website in 1999. So the words that you're hearing now, they might sound new to you. They're not new to me. I've lived with these words and meditated on these words now for 26 years. And it's an incredibly fascinating thing. Having published these words on my website in 1999, Michael is talking about a time loop. He gave us a 20-year time loop because all the crop circle we just got looks like all these different formations in 2005. With the Mayan circle, and then you got the triangle, you got the World War I mine, the explosion of the sun, the arrival of the Apollo astronauts. These are fascinating connections. So to me, this passage is just a famous part of my life. It's as famous as anything else. And I am very excited now that it's all starting to come together and make sense. This is, again, clearly talking about the arrests that they're about to do because people are being filmed and they're being blackmailed, and it all has to come to an end. And that's what Michael is saying. It's caused our Constitution to be deferred. People are open to different tactics. So it blows me away. And this is talking about 47, because as they asked me if I was holding on to something, and again, he's holding on to the list, and now they say, she sang like a bird and we got 100 names, and they're getting ready to probably arrest and indict all these people. It's already out there in the open. As they asked me if I was holding on to something but did not realize anything about what the question meant, I had to reply with a question. And that question was, can despair and injustice be allowed to continue in the world? Well, this is, again, a dazzling prophecy of the current kayfabe, because we don't realize what the question means. As they ask me if I'm holding on to something but not realizing anything, we know what's going on. We know that the temple that he stayed at in the island has all these satanic elements to it. It's got the weird, layers of blue and white. It's got the golden dome on the top. It's got, and now James is coming out with that. There's the images of gods and goddesses on the ceiling inside, the constellations, this kind of stuff. Nobody understands what you're asking for. 47 used WrestleMania tactics to get you to ask for the list. It's all staged. They're telling us this now in the posts, which clearly means that they're in contact with him. the president. Clearly means it's an insider. We don't know what type of insider. Maybe he's not in the military. Some type of insider connection is flowing through this stuff. That insider connection is telling us it's staged. We're unsealing grand jury stuff now. We got indictments coming up. It's going to happen, and it could happen very soon. They're telegraphing the first arrest. But again, once they start arresting anybody, I think it's going to be a huge domino effect, and I think you're going to see a whole bunch of things happen very, very rapidly. So yeah, you might not like the question's answer. You might not like that Satanism is going on, but this is really Michael's bottom line. Even if you don't like it and it freaks you out, you can't let this despair and injustice be allowed to continue. You have to do something. So this is one of the most powerful prophecies. Because again, nobody really realizes what's on that list yet and what it really means. This whole idea of Satanism, it is something that these extraterrestrials have brought in. We're all going to be learning that. People are going to be really upset. It's going to be so sickening when you learn that this is really true and that these people that were like your friends and family, we look at these politicians like family members. We vote for them because we love them. We're 45-79. We are going to keep the show shorter. I think we can do that this week. So anyway, it's an extraterrestrial technology. It was brought in. All of these ancient teachings are much more powerful than we thought. The Draco reptilians, these reptilian-looking humanoids, apparently create Satanism, satanic elites, on every planet that they intend to conquer, and they keep doing this because it really works. The people that do these ceremonies do get results. They do see demons, apparently. So their people form an elite, and it remains loyal to the negative. Well, that's why the Constitution's in deferment, as Michael just said. So again, as they asked me if I was holding on to something, do not realize what that means. The question is, can despair and injustice be allowed to continue? There you have it, the kayfabe. So we're all going to learn some shocking truths, but when we do, this is what's so amazing about universal truth. You go through trauma. I was feeling a lot worse at the beginning than I am now. I'm feeling way more relaxed. You go through trauma, you process your trauma, and you ultimately come out on the other side happier. And in this case, not only do we come out happier, we come out with an evolution. We come out with divine beings returning to the earth. They deliberately gave us this solar explosion crop circle, Mayan calendar end date, on the 46-year anniversary of Apollo, 20-year cycle between when the crop circles first arrived. That's one Jupiter-Saturn conjunction. One of the basic counting units of the Mayan calendar is a katun, and a katun is 20 years. So there's another Mayan connection. We had the 72 dots. That's the precession moving 1 degree every 72 years. We had the 27 dots on the inside. That's the symmetry spins of the tetrahedron, reminding us of extraterrestrial languages like Arabic and Hebrew that have this tetrahedral spiral inside that forms the letters. If you just shine a light on the object, the reflections will cause these different letters to form. It's really incredible. That's the kind of thing that some higher intelligence would want to do to make an alphabet. It's really, really interesting. We're at 4,548 viewers now, going really strong. Thank you guys for being here. They're talking about the DS now. This is Michael. Their minds are clever with hatred. Part of what we are seeing here is the machinations of their deeper plan. I vaulted down the reading text room screaming. Now, here and thereafter, this had really become something much more wonderful than I had ever imagined before. So even though it seems evil, they have a deeper plan of hatred, this became something much more wonderful than I had ever imagined before. And the idea of vaulting down the reading text room screaming, that's what I am right now, you know? I'm amazed that I'm able to sleep. Honestly, it's so intense right now. And Michael said last week, sleep as much as you can. So I'm lying in bed during the day, maybe 2-3 hours. Even if I don't sleep, it's a lying down meditation. If I don't sleep, that's okay, but I'm breathing and I'm just keeping myself calm, and I encourage you to do the same thing however you can. So from our perspective, things are indeed looking pretty good, I think. So it doesn't look that way to us. Tie a tether to the balloon of the spirit and be prepared for the ride as the upgrade looms closer. He's directly referencing Ascension and how we're going to be able to levitate once this happens, like a balloon. Many scientists will be quite puzzled and perplexed about this afterwards, but this is definitely not an optical illusion. So yes, we're all faced with extreme threat profile. We're looking at this very threatening situation. It's in the world, it's in our faces, it's upsetting, and it's big. So instead of getting all worried about it, let's focus on, okay, a miracle is happening. David Wilcock, that's me, has been used for some reason to do this, to bring us this information, and it's absolutely fascinating. Scientists will be quite puzzled and perplexed about why their consciousness has suddenly evolved spontaneously, but it's not an optical illusion. We are going to be upgraded. It's really exciting, isn't it? He says, in order to finish a large experiment, we need to react to the divine will of all forces involved. The free will decisions of your people still determine the course of future events at this point. So here Michael is quoting from the essay I wrote after I got sober in 1992 called Earth as an Experiment. And as we read it last year, it was shockingly prophetic of all the things that unfolded beginning in 2020. Extremely so. I mean, so there's a fake food pellet that you shouldn't eat because it's bad for you and it will kill you. But some people are encouraged to eat the fake food pellet in the rat maze. And, it's very interesting where I got this from, how it came in. Edna Korinsky says, I continue to believe in miracles. Thank you, Edna, for your donation. So the free will decision still determines how this is going to unfold. So we don't really know all of it, but it is going to happen. And thus, the only winnings are those credits gained when the gate crashers of the spirit are involved around this predominantly mixed race issue. That's clearly talking about the DS and how they are constantly trying to mix the races together. They want to bring this group of people into your country from somewhere else. They want to promote, and there's nothing wrong with mixed race, right? I had an interracial, my first relationship was with a Japanese woman. So I've done that. I don't have a problem with it. It was actually great. But again, it's a predominantly mixed race issue. They're trying to make racism one of their main focal points, and they are trying to crash the gate of the spirit. They do not want us to ascend. They want us to all be wiped out. We want everyone to be able to participate in this because it is so lonely afterwards if they are not involved. Well, this is prophetic of a non-catastrophic ascension. And again, it's a very significant thing that Michael says we want everyone to participate in this. This is very different. This even means people in the DS. This means everyone on Earth gets some type of consciousness upgrade at the same time. I mean, that's very, very heavy. And really, to me, very, very exciting. So, and they say it's lonely afterwards if you're not involved. So maybe there are a few people who won't be here, but I think almost everyone will participate. That's very different than a traditional idea of only 144,000 people going through rapture. Jesus did such a good job that now the whole planet can ascend. That's one of the really cool things about the Michael Prophecies. Jesus' mission was so successful in getting us to adapt these principles that our planet has been saved. Michael is showing us how we're going to get through this. Yes, it's so crazy. It's like, what do you choose to worry about? There's so many things to worry about right now. That's all you can do for some of us. But no, it's going to be fine. A 2-bedroom duplex can be quite something to have, but we find there are more interesting ways for you to make a living and to have house and home. So again, back in the day, this was about moving into my new place. It was a 2-bedroom duplex, and it was, very low income and really grimy situation. But all of us are going to have a different house and home. That's talking really about the planet Earth and how the Earth is going to change. And it will be more interesting. So it's also prophetic of my own company getting our contract. Because again, I'm already okay. We're just waiting for the deal to come through. Last week in DC, we were hammering out the final points. It could be very soon that we get our money. Nothing will make me happier than when we finally can pay off all these debts. And I think, it might only be a week or two away. We seem to have solved the final thing. The funding partner is asking for one more document. We have to get that document from China. They're going to issue it because they definitely want to do this. And then we're good to go. That might be all it takes. So for me personally, My life is just going to radically transform once we get this. And again, we spent the whole week out there in DC finalizing this deal. So I think this is prophetic for everybody of how we're so close to a big change. So he says, adjust ourselves to the indescribable truth of what else there is on the drawing board, so to speak. You will discover that what we have gained is precisely the knowledge of what is to be done in this circumstance. So again, my company, the drawing board, could represent anti-gravity blueprints. We are going to be doing anti-gravity, which is going to be an indescribable new truth for humanity. I mean, imagine how much our life will change when you can fly anywhere you want without roads, and there's all this land that nobody's ever looked at. Everybody who has a hover car could go to their own unique place. It's totally just going to be you, and nobody else is going to go there. And if somebody shows up, just go somewhere else. I mean, again, there's so many areas that nobody's really explored or photographed or lived in or enjoyed that hover car technology opens up. Plus, it opens up space. So it's really, really fantastic. And so the end of the sentence may have been conscious mind overlay. That's what I was afraid. I found out that I could not breach my lease. With another day or two, I would learn my book deal fell through, and I was not about to get money after all. So that's another funny thing. In my time loop that I'm now like living in a time loop of right now, and Michael implied that with the 20 years. 26 years ago, I was in bad shape. I moved into this really depressing place. I'm smelling cigarettes all day. People are yelling at each other. There's jet noise. There's hammering going on all the time. There's a kid banging on the ceiling above my head. I finally wrote my landlord and got them to stop, and the noise became less because the kid was literally, I mean, how rude do you have to be to have an upstairs apartment and bounce a basketball on the floor with somebody living underneath you? That's what they were doing. And it could happen in the morning. It could happen anytime. So, you know, I also lost my deal. I was supposed to get a $10,000 advance for the book. That didn't come through. So part of what I'm dealing with is like, wait a minute, I'm about to launch an event. Everything's fine. We're going to make, you know, a really nice amount off of this, hopefully, if you guys all show up, and I think you will. 4,687 people watching. This is incredible. So at that time, I was in distress, and so the time loop part of me is not happy right now. Michael says we have to build the train from backwards to forwards. If you think about that, you can see why those who live in India are working so diligently upon self-reflection and absorption. Ooh, this is a diss to India at this time. Well, what is that about? Why would they be saying that some people in India are self-absorbed? Well, ironically, they just got a MiG-29 upgrade deal in India that is almost exactly the same thing that we were offering. Somebody short-circuited our own business plan and poached our deal. So we just found that out this past week, and it's only one of many deals that we have, but it was like really kind of a rude awakening. And Michael had it in the time loop. Imagine that. There it is. And we're building the train. In this case, it's building our company from backwards to forwards. You know, we're doing it one step at a time. Then Michael is referring to the Indian Vedas here, be it 4 years' time, 4 centuries' time, or 4,000 years' time. There is a relativity to one's perspective. In the present moment, all phases of human civilization are again becoming visible, and this gives us pause. So Michael appears to be mentioning the Hindu Vedic times, having just discussed India. So then I said, please speak more on our apartment situation, and especially, should I definitely be away from the ocean front, such as the situation in short... I'm just trying to find out where to live and asking my source. Am I correct in thinking there could be a problem with tidal waves if I stay this close as I am now? In 98, 99, 2000, I was terrified that there was going to be a pole shift. So I was still worried about that and believed it. You know, I was listening to Art Bell too much, basically. Y2K, you know, pole shift, whatever, something's going to get us. I was really worried about it. So Michael says, I really am not making any concessions by saying this. Your sex fiend friend has showed you how impossible it can be to secure your privacy in these matters. And if you remember, there was a woman we're calling Stalker Girl, and she showed up at my house and just expected that I'm going to start having sex with her and let her live with me and move in. And I'm like, nah, I don't really just want somebody I don't know to move into my house and live with me and be in a sexual relationship. I'm not even ready for that. Anyway, they were talking about that. It's hard to secure your privacy. Now that you understand in this particular case it was you who allowed this to occur, that is an important point. In the grander scheme of things, we have larger issues that we are looking at here. So again, Michael answered my question about tidal waves by saying there are larger issues we are looking at, and, you know, he didn't even answer the tidal wave question. He totally avoided it because he knows there's not going to be any earth changes. So then he directly mentions himself by name, and this is very cool because we're right near the end of Michael's plan. This may be the first time that he refers to himself by name in our time loop that we've been following since last September. We're coming up on a year pretty soon, just after August. So an entire year where every Sunday that I'm doing a show, it's something from January 1999 forward. Finally, he identifies himself as Archangel Michael, who is supposed to be God's highest angel, responsible for the destruction of evil. Archangel Michael expressed interest in seeing you grow, develop, and expand. Let's have another deep breath there. This is really, really good news, man. This is all going to come true. As scary as it seems right now, trust me, it's going to happen. Since you are at the end of your term in the third density, wow, because we're all going to go through this together, right? We wanted to present you with new opportunities to learn the very deepest soul lessons of growth. And we have indeed succeeded very well on these issues. So learning the deepest lessons and them succeeding very well on that, that's about the pain that you're going through, the pain that I'm going through. We're all feeling it right now. It's extremely intense and bad. But you know what? I'm about to do another conference, and just like the Billy Joel documentary taught me again last night, he was an alcoholic, he was doing drugs, he was having problems, he was lonely, he was sad, he had marital problems, he had financial problems, and all he has to do is go out there and get himself on stage, and he's fine. And they said at one point in there that he had a net worth of $500 million. He did an internship at Madison Square Garden, which is like the biggest arena there is in New York City. And he was doing it every night almost for 10 years or several nights a week. Think about the ticket sale proceeds from that alone. I mean, it's just so, you know, and I'm kind of the same boat. I'm popular enough now that I will always be okay as long as I'm willing to interact with my audience, even if I didn't have an aerospace company. I just have to get out there and meet you guys. So again, we may need to announce this on my Twitter page this coming week just to expedite you being able to get your tickets and not waiting until Sunday. So please check my Twitter page throughout the week. We're going to try to get this posted as soon as we get the whole matter resolved. So he says we've succeeded very well. You may not feel it, but we are growing, developing, and expanding, and Michael considers that we are learning our deepest soul lessons of growth, which comes through pain. The pain is what causes you to grow. The pain is what causes you to learn your deepest lessons. You want to avoid pain, and you grow and expand. That's the hero's journey, really, right there. So were you responsible for this stalker girl showing up in the health food store when I went there? Did I do the right thing by leaving and coming back later on? Michael said the NATO warplanes have the same problem. Isn't that interesting? Because we just had this whole war with Iran and Israel. They try to keep up their effort, but instead they end up causing much more damage than they had created. So this is prophetic of these two countries, you know, Israel, Ukraine, they're both in wars, and NATO, all pushing to keep the wars going. I just showed you that. So let's start again. The NATO warplanes have the same problem. They try to keep up their effort, but cause more damage than they created. And then he says, the true damage going on is in the DS's own underlying New World political order. They didn't say new, but you can imply that. So there's that phrase. And the ramifications of what is now occurring. The arrest, they just showed us in the dream, the military presence killing this alien infestation. The misty treetops, though beautiful, can obscure and veil the light of the true awakening. It's a very poetic line. So this is a dazzling prophecy of the upcoming arrests, because don't look at the damage of NATO warplanes. Look at the true damage in their underlying new blah, blah, blah order and the ramifications of what is now occurring. So The misty treetops, mist symbolizes tears. And so even though it's beautiful, we're not seeing the true awakening yet. We're not seeing where this is all really taking us. He says, and thus the triangulation was in a sense correct. Your responses have indicated that we did not need to go through with this again. And this again means we're not going to have a catastrophic pole shift. I do believe this is speaking to all of us. The DS is having their final stand. Once this happens, we will never again have the level of fraud, deception, and manipulation we had before, nor will we have such dangerous and destructive wars. He says, if you had a more compassionate, codependent reaction birthed from your own self-martyrdom, then you might very well have tried to be friendly to her. This is the woman that was trying to move into my house. Make yourself available continually despite the whole debacle that occurred the other day on the telephone. I think we had an argument on the phone, too. I'm not sure if that's what that was about. I don't remember anymore. It's 26 years ago, dude. Instead, we see that you have put your shoes on, shoes representing walking in spirit, and recognize it was not important for you to have to go through this anymore. So this is what, it's really, it's talking about the stalker girl, Dane Anderson, 5th super chat. Thank you very much. So on the surface, this is talking about the stalker girl, but in reality, it's really saying that we as a planet are learning to stand up for ourselves against evil. There is a very serious evil here that wants to stay hidden. It doesn't want to be talked about. It doesn't want you exposing it in any way. It wants to be left alone. We can't do that. So we don't, as a planet, need to go through this enslavement anymore. This is a final graduation for all of us. We all have these holographic, it's very interesting because our individual souls are all resolving our individual karma for ascension at the same time. The tree does not have ripe fruit until the tree itself ripens. The tree in the harvest metaphor in the Bible, which is what that's from, the tree represents humanity. And so the planet itself has to ripen and go into the right season, which is what's finally now happening to us. So it's a staggeringly beautiful prophecy when you really think about it. It's not important for you to go through this anymore. This is also, we already read this. So, you are finding that you are completely uncomfortable in your house with the presence of cigarettes. Maybe I didn't read that. Let's read that. Okay. This is also a deeper metaphor. It was designed to indicate the present situation in your house because it was very bad. As you were completely uncomfortable in the store when this girl arrived, so too are you finding that you are completely uncomfortable in your house. And here we are now, just like I verbalized at the beginning. I'm just being honest. And we're all going through this together. And dude, I got a great turnout, 4,664. We're all going through this together right now. We're all going through being, as it says here, completely uncomfortable in our own house. With the presence of cigarette smoke coming in the windows, the residing stink in the carpets, the continual noise from overhead, and myriad other distractions that come from living in a low-income area overrun with negative vibrations. That's what I was dealing with, but this is also talking about right now that our planet is overrun with negative vibrations. That's a very, very important thing. We're uncomfortable in our house, and I also said, I capitalized house because it could also indicate the White House. The White House, our government has this residing stench, this evil that seems to be going on, so that's another way we could look at this. And so, he says, the gate crashers are actually gate replacers at this point. What a weird line. Michael appears to be referring to the DS as gate crashers. They're crashing our boundaries. They want to break into our lives. They want to rob us and leave us for dead. Instead of succeeding in this plunder mission, they've replaced the gate of our third density world, so the gate now opens into heaven, fourth density green, the ascended world. The gate crashers are gate replacers. They've replaced the gate. We're not going down negative timeline. They've exposed themselves, and they should all be proud of this, actually. Like, even though they did evil things, they were allowed to do it by angelic beings so that our planet is not destroyed. And in that sense, in a weird way, they have served humanity positively. They have created this awakening that means that the gate is being replaced. It's not being crashed. And I love that. we find that it was necessary for you to get a better concept of the fact that it was okay to say no and to have your boundaries as clearly defined limits. So this again speaks to all of humanity as we learn to identify and stand up to this group. Our planetary activation of Ascension as we become adults is what leads to the first wave, and the sun again is going to give off a big flash. This weird crop circle, friending Germany, it's got the friends, the idea of higher dimensional friends, the Apollo moon landing, the number 72, which is the end of the Mayan calendar, the number 27, which is the Hebrew and the Arabic alphabets, and the symmetry spins the tetrahedron. All of these different formations from 20 years ago that look like the one that we got now, the World War I naval mine, tying in Fatima, tying in this threat of war that hangs over our head, a world war threat hanging over our head, and then the satanic five-sided stars in there. I mean, this is a very cool show. I mean, I'm really excited about this. We are going to keep it shorter, but you know, let's have fun while we're here. Miles and miles we can walk as a mechanical-looking creature. This is directly talking about the AI. Artificial intelligence, nanites, robots, droids, drones, everything. It's fascinating that he said that, because that's the agenda, is to turn us into mechanical creatures. The way to become spirit, or to put flesh on the wooden bones of Pinocchio, how fascinating, is to open up the chapter of the book that represents the true dawning of compassionate wisdom. And this is the fullest metaphor of your imminent vibrational personal expansion into sixth density. Now, just last night, I noticed an indigo activation, but we'll get to that in a minute. Let's just talk about the Pinocchio thing. To put flesh on the wooden bones of Pinocchio. What's Pinocchio known for? For lying, and then his nose gets longer. So putting flesh on the wooden bones of Pinocchio is a fascinating metaphor because, again, Pinocchio was like a robot who becomes a real boy. Was Pinocchio, I'm going to say it, you know, was it another AI agenda? That the AI wants to build a robot and then make those robots appear to be human. And they're always lying to us, so Pinocchio's nose is always getting longer. And again, compassionate wisdom is sixth density. You have, in the law of one system, third density is where we are now. Fourth density, you ascend, and you're in a loving realm. Fifth density, you pick up wisdom. Sixth density is when you fuse love and wisdom together into compassionate wisdom. So that's a very big deal. And then, Michael said that he says, your imminent personal expansion to sixth density, what the hell is that about? Sixth density? We're going into fourth density. Well, personal may be talking about me. I may be getting a sixth density activation. So what was so weird was that just last night, before I unsealed this, I had this crazy thing happen where I had this feeling of a huge beam of energy coming out of my third eye indigo pineal gland chakra. I was sitting there talking to my friend on the phone, and I just felt like there was this beam that was just radiating out of my forehead that was very intense. And so this was a surprise because Michael is telling me that I will be activated into sixth density. That's incredibly exciting. If I have sixth density ability here on Earth, that's like major, major superpowers, major, major incredible abilities to do all kinds of great things. These free will choices you have made are indeed causing an alignment with the sixth density therein. Okay, that's exciting. We are very excited about this, extremely excited, in fact. So as I wrote, this information is new to me. Michael is now saying that I will have a sixth density activation. Wow, because I guess that can happen. You go wherever your vibration allows. So this would explain fascinating prophecies about what will happen to me after this occurs. So I'm probably not the only one either. Some people will be ascending to fourth density. Some people will ascend to fifth density. Some people actually awaken sixth density. Now, seventh density doesn't interact with us, so we don't really need to worry about that. But again, the other ones are really, really cool. From my own homeland, I can tell you that there are other distractions possible, and that there are never really any ending points, only beginning points. In the homeland, again, he's coming from sixth density. So that's beautiful. But we're just at the beginning. It's not the end of anything. It's the beginning. However, you should know that the more malevolent creatures of your life, this is talking for all of us, and the DS, they are exceptionally dull. and they can be brought down with the sword of truth, which I wield strongly in my hands, so to speak. So remember that. You don't give them too much latitude. This is another awe-inspiring prophecy of the defeat of the negative Orion Draco agenda on Earth. And again, he's talking about the sword. That's the sword of Archangel Michael. So yes, it's kind of strange because, like, I didn't think that Bible stuff was true. I didn't think there was really an Archangel Michael. Well, no, it seems like there definitely is, dude. It seems like there definitely is. We need you to be as strong and as pure as possible to do this work. This is talking to all of us. Allowing other people to take advantage, this is the whole plan with DS, to take advantage unnecessarily, allowing these people to take advantage of you is to compromise and defeat the purpose of your mission. So again, this is a message for all of us as we awaken to the severity of the corruption that's really going on. So he says again, allowing people to take advantage is to compromise and defeat your mission. In other words, with the ability to understand and discriminate at exactly what point something is too much, you are then able to stop that person from doing this. And again, this is the arrests. This is the stopping of the DS. Right at that moment, the tape cassette flips over. He says the coastal cities will revive themselves shortly enough. Back in 1999, I'm like, ooh, that means we're going to have a pole shift and the oceans are going to be draining away. No. That was a metaphor. It's not real. It's talking about the LA fire. Remember, that's a coastal city and it all got burned up. It's still hardly anybody's been able to rebuild. Urban collapse in New York, urban collapse in San Francisco, and the healing of these zones that the DS has been trancing. They will revive themselves shortly enough. It's a very nice prophecy. This plan that the Alliance is doing is going to radically improve our planet. So he says, be at peace without your decision being set in stone or solid at this point. Have the faith to rely upon the booster rockets of the Spirit and know that the missile capsule is indeed designed to penetrate through to the highest levels. Holy crap, booster rockets, missile capsule, penetration, yes. This is talking about the bunker buster strikes on the 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. I mean, again, it's just mind-blowingly accurate prophecy that I really don't know what else to say. 4,676 people watching now. Thank you guys for being here. I may not have felt great when I started the show. I feel pretty good now. We got to keep relaxing. But again, how did this come out in 1999? How did this appear that is so specific? The missile capsule penetrating to the highest levels. That's exactly what a bunker buster bomb does. Michael is clearly seeing through time. They have time travel capability. So they are looking at our present, and they're also looking at 1999 and speaking through me telepathically. The rules allow them to do this. They can't show up in person. That would violate the rules. They can't just say, here we are, these golden beings of light. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the family reunion. They get to do that eventually, but only when we stand up and have boundaries as a planet and we say no more. We are not going to do this negative stuff anymore. We're not going to live in fear anymore. We're not going to be afraid of going to court or of whatever the hell it is. We just take it one day at a time. We live our lives. We're going through an evolution. So all of us are going through ascension. All of us are getting a massive soul expansion. And he says, have faith on the booster rocket of spirit. And on a metaphorical level, when it penetrates through the highest levels, it means these lessons are activating our ascensions, penetrating through to the deepest levels of our being. It's very, very cool. We have been waiting for you to take every year of your life and development and fuse it together to form the school of your present, which is really interesting because that's what we're doing now. This is from 1999, into the present. So, with the conveniences the material world will provide, we remind ourselves that the credit counseling of spirit must go on. So this is again prophetic of my 4-year-long sustained bankruptcy, which has been a massive initiation. It has gotten me to do credit counseling of the spirit. In fact, this past week, I've now gone through, I'm starting to go through all of the papers in my house. So any place that I left bills or statements or anything in piles, I'm now sorting through all of them. I'm taking out all the stuff I don't need. I'm arranging the piles into years and I'm filing them. That way, if I ever need to go back for any of these years for tax purposes, I've got all my bills, all my receipts, and I'm in the process of organizing it right now. I didn't used to do that. I used to be similar to my father where, you know, I'm just so focused on creativity that paperwork stacks up in piles and you're not really organizing it the way you should. So this has been a very important lesson for me, and I now want to be more organized. So we're all going through this credit counseling of the spirit. We're all going through bankruptcy in various ways, financial hardship. It's teaching us how to go to the next level. And we're almost 4,700 viewers, so we're nearly 5,000. So then he says that line again, the credit counseling of the spirit must go on. That was partially the remembrance of the one, but when there is a failure to adopt its premises, then we need to go further with you. And that line got cut off. I think I avoided saying it or whatever, but I added it in, I channeled it in later on to finish the sentence. So we all have had to go through credit counseling and bankruptcy to learn to adopt the premises of the one more fully. I know that I've done that, and we're so close to a huge success. Think about all that you have learned and recognize that the 1,000-petaled lotus within the heart is indeed still ready to open at this point. That's talking about ascension again. It's another metaphor. The 1,000-petaled lotus is a Buddhist metaphor that talks about reaching the state of enlightenment and seeing the sacred geometry. Similar to like what we have here on the wall. You know, that's the Aum symbol. And you chant that symbol and then you see the mandalas. Similar to a psychedelic experience, if you're in true God consciousness state, you're going to see this geometry like a 1,000-petaled lotus. These different energy fields and constructs can be yours to play with if you would only understand the ways in which they might work. It is okay for you to be genuinely concerned about having full free time. And thus, in order to hook the fish properly, you need to prepare the hook. Go ye therefore, the Bible says, and be a fisher of men. That's what he's talking about, awakening to your own Christ. Prepare the hook to become a fisher of men and women. Don't feel bad about having boundaries around your schedule and time, either in person or on the telephone. This is the direction we must be going in at this point. And that's very hard for me. I mean, I've needed to be alone for the last 4 years because one of the lessons of Billy Joel, I mean, again, I just saw this last night, so bear with me, right? I think everybody could have agreed back in the day, Christy Brinkley was one of the most beautiful women on earth, right? So Billy Joel marries Christy Brinkley, but he ended up destroying their marriage after they had a kid together. He got the ultimate beautiful woman that everybody was so excited about back in those days. They had a kid together, but then he gets all wrapped up in touring and traveling, and so Christy Brinkley's left in a big house alone with her kid, and he's never around. And they ultimately broke up because of that. So, you know, I don't think I could have had a relationship these last 4 years because I would have been just like Billy Joel. I've been totally self-obsessed. I have to do this stuff. We're doing it every week. I did 7 books. I have not had the time to be able to be around anybody, and therefore, to have a successful relationship in the future, which I hope I will, I'm going to need to be less busy. You can't be constantly running around and maintain a family at the same time. It doesn't really work. Judy Booth just donated. Thank you very, very much. She says, I've been sleeping so much off and on throughout the day. I'm glad Michael approves. Much love. Yeah, we're up to now 4,700. Jesus is my Savior, so stop. Okay, well, Jesus is the key here. Jesus is the Logos. Archangel Michael is his servant. I totally agree with you. We're not in any disagreement. I don't promote the word Jesus so often because some people are really, really triggered by it, and it's like it's going to make it so they don't listen at all. So my whole point is that these are Christian angels that used me to communicate, but they don't typically drop traditional Christian-sounding stuff because, again, they don't want to upset people, and I'm fine with that. That's the way they want to do it. It's okay with me. This is the direction we must be going in. I have to be alone. And that was starting all the way back then. David, we want to say it is extremely commendable that you are working through your book project. That's what we're doing in this video at such a fastidious and incredible speed. That's what we're doing. That gives us great hope. We must go now. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. Okay, so the next dream this same day was again very prophetic, but before we get there, I do need to actually use the bathroom. I am human. We're at the 2-hour and 15-minute mark. And so I've got one for you, you guys. We've got a new video to show you. And so here it is. We're going to have a close encounter of the nerd kind, not the third kind, but the nerd kind with a black bear. Now, I decided that the best way to handle this bear trespassing on my property was to go out and just talk to him calmly and just say, look, this is my land. You can be here, but I don't want you killing my animals and I don't want you causing disruption. So I actually did go out and talk to the bear, and then I filmed myself so you could see I'm doing that. Again, last week I was facing off against a tornado. This week I'm facing off against a bear. At the very end of the video, I also have the last video that I shot with my friend Jude when he was here, and we pulled out an incredibly large quartz rock, a beautiful white quartz stone from the land. So we have a little 1-minute video that shows that. In the bear video, you're also going to see some other rocks. Now, I originally filmed the bear with my Pocket 3, and then I brought that inside, and I brought out the iPhone, and he was still there. And I wanted to shoot it on the iPhone too, because I hardly ever shoot anything on the iPhone. So first it's a Pocket 3 video, then it becomes an iPhone video. Then Jude and I are digging up the rock in the ground, but this is going to give me 6 minutes to get the heck out of here and take a leak that I really need right now. And I'll come back renewed and refreshed, feeling much better. But in the meantime, I have to mute my microphone, and I will be right back with you guys in just a minute here. So let's do that now. I'm going to mute the microphone. It'll only be 6 minutes, as you can see here. So I got to work quicker this time. I got to be really quick. But here we go. Let me go ahead and mute, and I'll be back to you guys momentarily. The nerd is Wilcock. That's absolutely right. My ex-wife called me the king of the nerds. Here we go. All right, the microphone is off. I'm going to head on upstairs, and we will get this show going, and I'll be back to you in 6 minutes. Here, if I have to, we'll run it a little longer, but hopefully I'll get everything done. Here we go. All right. And action.
Oh, crap, you guys. Got a big black bear. This actually is scary. Should I talk to him? You want me to open the door? I'll do it. Hey, buddy. He just doesn't care. I think it's probably safe. If he starts charging me, I can back off. Let's see what happens. You guys ready for this? He heard the door. Hi, buddy. It's just Daddy. It's just me. I'm not gonna hurt you, okay? If you want food, you can have some. You be a good boy. Okay? You be a good boy. Are you a good boy? You want to be Daddy's friend? It's okay if you're my friend. I just don't want us to be in each other's way. Like, I have a house here, so this is where I live, right? And I put food out, and bears aren't really supposed to be getting into this stuff, you know? But, like, if you want to, it's okay. This is really freaking crazy, you guys. Hey, what are you thinking? All right, I'll leave you alone. I'm going to go back in the house. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Bear. Nice to meet you. Hi, Mr. Bear. It's David Wilcock. And I'm your friend. I'm not going to hurt you. He's smiling. He's got a big goofy grin. Because he knows everything's okay. These are my rocks, you guys. Let's hope the bear doesn't attack me. I just got to show that I have some control over this space, you know? So this is my shield of Archangel Michael. Boulders in different sizes and configurations. Okay, and then I've got a triangle. And these are all actually really good. Like if you turn this one over, it's got that white on it. Same thing with this one. Same thing with this one. I didn't leave them in the most beautiful way. I was washing them, you know. Anyway, we got a nice triangle there. We got a pentagon. Figured, what the hell? I got to clean these a little more, but this is a really beautiful one that I found. We got rose quartz. Is it really a good idea for me to be doing this with a bear right in frickin'... Well, I got to let him know that I'm around, you know? I let him know that I live here too. Like that. This is just sacred geometry, you know? Maybe if I make these shapes, it adds energy. Oh my God, there he goes. Bye-bye, Mr. Bear. You can come again, but just don't be threatening and mean. And you've been good. You've been a good boy. Dude. Yeah, we got to save our little chipmunks here. We don't want them being eaten by these guys. All I got out right now is the small ones. The bigger ones are hiding. It's okay, you guys. Daddy has to show some assertiveness over his own space. In the face of these terrifying, loose animals. Anyway, there we go. I got some new boulders for the bottom of the tree, as you can see there. We got to clean those up a little more, but life is pretty good apart from extremely dangerous wild animals stalking my land. There he is right there. Hi, Mr. Bear. It's okay. You don't have to be scared of me, buddy. All right, you guys. We're up to 3 minutes. Boom. All right, I'm happy to say, proud of our work. We worked really hard. This is the biggest stone we've ever found in the ground. It's pure quartz. It's amazing. We had to dig it out of there with this big old hoe. But it's all got this beautiful rose quartz on it. And look at how deep of a cavern we left behind, but we didn't have to kill that plant. That's what we were worried about. So the cavern is there. This is probably our finest discovery yet. And we're finding that this area in the middle of the property around here is where we're getting the most premium rose quartz. So there's a little more of it than usual where you get the quartz. See if I got any in my pocket. I guess I do. Like that.
Beautiful.
Yep.
What a lovely specimen.
So this is just, we're documenting it as we keep going. Yep. There you go.
These beauties here. We'll just leave them. We can't miss this spot now.
Oh, no. This is our biggest win yet. Crap, you guys.
So yeah, the bear did freak me out, you guys.
Want me to open the door?
He did freak me out. Okay. We are back, and thank you for being back with me. We only had 150 people drop. We're at 4,550 almost right now. That is terrific. Okay, so we're going to close out of that file, and we're going to get back into this one. So how did you guys... Let's just hear what you have to say. One commercial break every 6 minutes. Da-da-da-da-da. YouTube sucks. Well, look, you can be a YouTube Premium subscriber. If this show is important to you, you can eliminate all the commercials for a low monthly fee. That would probably cost the same as some of the donations you guys are dropping. So, go ahead and do that if you feel like it. He was a very young bear. I would say maybe a year to 2 years old. I decided, no, I'm not feeding the bears. This is important. The bear was so hungry, he's eating bird seed. Tiny trace amounts of bird seed that ended up in this poop at the end of the driveway. I have another 5-minute video I shot of him with his poop. You don't see him, but right on the end of my driveway was this pile of bear poop. And he's trying to I guess he's saying thank you. You know, it's, taking a crap on my driveway was his way of saying thank you. But I don't want him to eat anything, and so I have, you know, what I learned in Canada when I was in Alberta and staying at these beautiful hotels is that the bear, you gotta stand your ground. Now, I didn't want to yell at him, but that's what they usually do. They call it hazing the bear. So the standard Canadian approach, if the bear is in your property, is you say, "Hey, get out of here!" You know, you run out there and you yell at him and wave your arms and try to look big. And I said, you know, I'm just going to talk to him calmly and rationally, let him know that I'm here. He's going to get scared, but he's not going to be too scared. And he had this funny, goofy grin. You can't really see it in the video too well, but as he ran off with my second iPhone video, he's got this big, funny smile on his face. And that's why I said he had a goofy grin. So again, I'm not afraid to confront, you know, something that's dangerous. The tornado, the bear, it's a theme here on the show. So let's get back into the time loop. I think we're just going to read this one again, and then we're going to go on into our Ezra show, and we can get done earlier. That would be great. I don't really want to do 5 hours, man. It's this. I got a lot of stuff to prepare for this week. I have to assume I'm going on this trip, and now that I got this done, and I'm talking to you guys, I can feel really good about doing the trip, and I'll just do the best I can. So the next dream from the same day, May 27th, was very prophetic. In the beginning, someone had betrayed me. This person called up news media, something I'd once written. This again, we read this last week. This was about 47, but I didn't get through the whole thing. They'd written something that was not in my highest good. There was a big conspiracy going on over it, and I felt like I was getting framed. So this is clearly prophetic of the whole thing that's going on right now, the letters and the kayfabe. They're trying to make it look like he was in cahoots with them, and it's all really scary because it's going to lead to the arrests. I get it, but it's coming. So again, here it was, July 18th. They suddenly said they got the smoking gun in the Wall Street Journal, but he's calling it false, malicious, and defamatory, which is what they like to do. So they're unsealing grand jury transcripts now, and now they've got 100 witnesses. So again, someone betrayed me, called the news media, not in my highest good. This is so obviously prophetic. If you can't see it, I'm sorry. We can't really help you at that point, but this is clearly prophetic of what's going on, that he is getting framed. It was coming back to me in the worst way possible because my character represents him in the dream. My girlfriend at the time, Sabrina, called me, told me something had happened. I got really, really nervous, and I said we should find out how bad this really was going to be. And then, stone killer. Well, that sounds like King David killing Goliath with a stone in his forehead. So it's kind of a shout out to me. I thought that was really, really cool. We read that last week. Beverly Adams donated $10. Here it is. We are canoeing the Black River in Wisconsin. We found enough coverage to send love to my Sunday family. I miss you, and I'll catch the replay. Well, thank you, Beverly, for popping in and giving us a message about what's going on. This is really, really great. Susan McAvoy says, I love you. You're so handsome. It is kind of funny, you know, how like I don't feel good, but then I look in the mirror and I'm like, you know, I look good. I look like I'm healthy and I look like things should be going fine. I don't know why I feel so bad all the time, but yeah, we're all going through really weird anxiety. My anxiety can kind of project into these situations, but again, everything is fine because I have the deal coming in and that's going to clean up my whole life. And we're finalizing it. We went to their embassy in DC this past week. There's literally one letter we got to get. And they send that letter to this country and then that country goes ahead and funds. So it's like, God, it's going to be great. But in the meantime, you know, you guys showing up for me and getting to meet me at this conference is going to be a great way to create an immediate income boost even before that happens, which I definitely need. Vacapalo, you're back. Woo! Hi, David. I'm a little late today, but I made it. Yes, you are. We hadn't seen any of the typical Vacapalo posts because she usually donates and writes things. And so thank you for being here, Vacapalo. Any thoughts on when the economy will turn around, David says, look in the mirror. Wonderful, wonderful Sunday afternoon with you, David says, Lynn Hart. Yeah, I'm being tighter today. If you notice, I'm not spending as much time goofing off or just chit-chatting. I've really got right into it because, again, we have such deep, incisive material And it takes time, you know? And so if I'm just kind of like having fun and you know, blabbing on and on, I don't get through all the slides. And so I wanted to get a lot of this stuff in there. And I feel this has been a really, really great show. Kitsy Witty says, yeah, I'm dealing with pneumonia right now. I can relate. Julie Nabe says the Schumann is going off the charts. Lots of weird stuff. Wade Woodruff says, great to see you. I mean, yeah, it's always interesting, too, when, like, you go to do an event and then, let's say Vacapalo shows up. This person said they would. So then you meet somebody and you put the face to the name. That's one of the really cool things about doing events. And again, everybody's going to get a stone. If you're in the VIP group, you're going to get these beautiful, beautiful stones. And you notice how it's got, there's some rose quartz in there. There's a certain part of the land that has rose quartz in it. So I'm going to try to have at least the VIP ones have rose quartz infusions. And they're going to be bigger like this. So I think that having a stone like this, where it's the high quality white limestone, same thing they used in the pyramid, it may, you know, be some kind of vibrational connection to me and to this land and to Michael. And I don't want to sign any of them, though. Please don't get me to autograph the stones, desecrating the stone. But I really don't think we need to worry. I mean, I go through these periods where I'm like, oh my God, it's just so freaking bad. Yeah, but you know what? We're going to be fine. So Michael does me a big honor here. He mentions Stone Killer. That's clearly a reference to King David. And then he says Liberation Army, which is the Alliance. So yes, King David got brought back from the grave. I'm here again. I got a fresh body, relatively fresh. It's slightly smoked inside, but as I said before, smoked meat. You know, that's happened throughout my life at various points. And so, okay, but you know what? I'm in a relatively fresh body here. And yes, something very strange is happening to me. This is a very strange thing that I'm going through. I really could do a whole show just on describing to you what it's like for Michael to tell me I'm in credit counseling school and I just have to not worry about the fact that we're almost getting money, but we haven't gotten it yet. So I can't pay my debts off yet, which is why we're going to do an event again. And I'm really excited about that. I've missed you guys. I miss doing an event in front of a live audience. I miss the eye contact. I miss meeting people at the end. All that kind of stuff. So this is going to be really fun. Everybody gets a unique sacred stone if you show up in person. We're not going to be mailing them. If you order it online, that's just a video product. But in person, yeah, you're going to get a stone. I definitely got enough for everybody. And they're going to come right out of, some of them are going to come right out of that shield that you saw in my driveway. So you might even be able to go back to that shield later on and identify which stone in there was yours. I'm going to take pictures of it up close, and then everybody will hopefully be able to mix and match and find where their stone is from that collection. So it's really, really fun. Stone Killer Liberation Army. Harry decided he needed to go home once in a while. Well, isn't that cool? Because I wrote I wrote a story that I ended up calling, I didn't give it a title until I was in high school and college, and I called it Crazy Harry, An Adventure in 7 Dimensions. Anyway, Harry is the guy who's all kind of burned out and messed up and in distress, and then John is his higher self. And so in my multidimensional short story, the character Harry is seeing demons. That's a big part of it. They no longer hide from him. He's always aware of where they are, and it really upsets him. And I was having that happen to me. His ghost-like higher self, John, would go home to the spirit realms once in a while in my short story. Now, I haven't actually read you that one, but it is fascinating. So, again, this is a direct connection to my short story, and it suggests that I and everyone else, we're going to become like the character John in my story. We're going to become like a spiritual ascended being. That's just so exciting. So again, as you're talking this over with me, as we're breathing together, we're breathing out the harm in the planet. We're breathing out the pain in the planet. There's no pain here. Just like Bob Ross would say, there's no pain here. We're breathing out that pain. This stuff that's happening through Michael is so weird and miraculous. How do I explain it? How do I Is there any skeptical way that I could say that this cassette tape is so prophetic of what's going on now? I mean, this is analog. I haven't used cassettes in over 20 years. How did this happen? Because they have time travel capability. So I love it. Let's keep going. Theoretically speaking, he says, it makes more sense for us not to know the future than to become obsessed with probabilities. And that's like my whole week here. I don't know what I'm going to be doing. Maybe I'm in court, maybe not. From that basic perspective, keeping a tight schedule matters worse than keeping no schedule at all. Well, that's interesting. Avoid stress, stay as relaxed as possible. It's worse to have a very busy, tight schedule than to have no schedule at all. This is one of God's angels, one of the Creator's own seraphim, ophanim, archangel, whatever you want to call it. An archangel is telling us that it's better not to have any schedule than to be busy all the time. Sleep as much as you can. And, you know, we don't know the future. We should not be obsessed with the probabilities of the future. But Michael is telling us we're going to be fine. Gene Novacek donated $20 and said, Bob Ross, happy little trees. That's right. There's no pain here. I love that. So keeping a tight schedule matters worse than no schedule at all. And don't be obsessed with probabilities. It's very hard to do. It's very hard to do for all of us. The pants that are provided will seed you with the barbarian grain while also providing the subtle protein necessary for life. And again, I went through this in great detail last week because there was, okay, let's just back up. There was a guy who's a black guy that we were working with on the land. His name was David. He had dreadlocks, and he was really against eating grain. He had this whole anti-grain kick. And he said that he called it the barbarian grain. And he said that when a society begins eating grain, that's when they collapse into barbaric behavior, enslaving of animals, enslaving of other people. Whereas in the hunter-gatherer societies, they don't really do that. There's not enough of them in any one place to create a big nasty cult or a big nasty city. It's only once we start cultivating grain that we make cities and then all these atrocities. That was his spiel. So this was a big shout out to David, who I loved. You know, he was my brother and we worked together on the farm. And so this was a direct shout out to him. So they mentioned that, and they said the pants that are provided will seed you with the barbarian grain. So in David's estimation, this is bad. Once you start eating grain, you begin committing crimes. It's not healthy for your body. Your body isn't getting the right nutrition anymore, which makes the people more violent. He had a whole big thing about this. He's like, don't eat any grain at all. Turns out all these years later, he's right. You actually get incredible mood benefits. You feel much better once you stop eating carbs. It's really true. So seed you with the barbarian grain, that's not something you want. You don't want to be seeded with barbarian grain based on what I knew about it from David. Also providing subtle protein that they tell you, it's not really true, but they tell you that this protein is necessary for life. Well, there you go. The barbarian grain is actually talking about, again, the harvest metaphor of Ascension. Jesus says there's a wheat field. We're going to pluck out the weeds one by one and then gather them into bundles to be burned in my barn. And then after that, the righteous shall shine as the sun. He who has ears, let him hear. This is Matthew 13. He's talking about us glowing. Jesus' own prophecy is talking about what's happening right now. Jesus' own prophecy is saying that the weeds, i.e. the evil people in the DS, are being plucked out from the crop one by one. And the weeds would be the barbarian grain. The grain that you don't want growing in your wheat, which in this case would be positive. No offense to David. Okay, David, my black friend from the farm. So, providing the subtle protein. What does he mean by subtle protein? Well, could it have something to do with a spike? Yes. A spike appears very soon after this in another dream, a railroad spike. And it's obviously, again, talking about that. So, this is a very interesting line that clearly shows he knew what was coming in 2020, and there's many, many of those in the book. He says, we now want you to be less of a barbarian so we can keep your fuses plugged in. So this is talking about how the fuses being plugged in really refers to having a clear connection to God, just like that dream where the telephone was connected to a fence. We're being fenced in. We don't want that. So Michael slipped it past my conscious mind again that he doesn't want me to eat grain. And this is about how we're going to heal from inoculations and keep us plugged in, not to AI, not to nanite technology, not to a Wi-Fi with Satan, less of a barbarian, no more subtle proteins, and keep your fuses plugged in. So Michael has told us throughout these 7 books, he says it over and over again, as crazy as this sounds. And again, it's like, I get it. This is the ultimate like narcissistic fuel for trolls. Oh my God, David is saying we're going to ascend. Oh my God, David is saying there's aliens. Oh my God, David is saying Jesus is real. Archangel Michael is real. There's angels. Ha, 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 ha. What an a-hole. He's so stupid. He's such an idiot. He's a grifter. He's a con artist. He's a liar. He's a fraud. Okay. We all know who's doing that. It's really one guy and his associates. That's it. It's not real. But like, you know, I get it. It's a very weird story. It doesn't seem to make sense. It's foreign to us. It's totally new and different, and it's very bizarre. I'm just reporting to you what Archangel Michael wants me to say. I don't believe that I did this with my conscious mind. I don't believe it's possible that this 26-year-old cassette that I can hold right in my hands right now, how did I didn't do this in my conscious ego mind. Some greater part of me might have done this. But again, what is it telling us? It's telling us we're going through planetary crucifixion. It's telling us that once we go through this, that we will have ascension. That's something that all of us win from, even the negative. They're all going to be going through this, except for probably a very small number of people who might get portaled out. There might be a certain number of people in the first wave where their body just burns up and they disappear, caused by the energy, and they're not going to be in our reality anymore. That could happen. Because he said it's very lonely if you don't get to go with everybody. We want to make sure everybody participates. So look, if you want to laugh at me, I know there's a couple people doing that, making hate videos and quoting from this, and oh, David is such a jerk, and how could he did it? Look, I'm just being honest, and I'm telling you what the tapes actually say. This is what the tapes actually say, that we're going to go through this process. You don't have to believe me, but I think it's going to be proven true. We will be able to perform miracle healings after the first wave, depending upon how much you have adhered to the teachings of Christ. Do you actually live with compassion, with forgiveness? Do you have honor? Do you respect other people? Do you treat them with fairness? Do you treat them with honesty? Are you being honest? Are you making sure that you don't lie to people? Are you telling the truth? Are you not manipulative? Are you genuinely loving, compassionate, and supportive to other people? That's the only thing that matters. And if you think you can hide it from these higher beings, you're wrong. They have an absolute scale measured by Kundalini of how far you've gone. They call it the spiraling line of light. You have 7 chakras, the root chakra up to the crown chakra. The height of your Kundalini and what chakra it hits determines what chakra is activated. And again, I had this very strange thing the other night where I had this huge feeling of a beam coming out of my third eye, which would imply that my Kundalini is now up to here, so that when this first wave happens, I'll actually be able to do 6 density. In order to do 6 density, you have to be fully committed in your life's purpose to spirituality, and you have to embrace compassionate wisdom. You have to see self and other are one. Well, wait a minute, self and other are one. Doesn't that sound like the end of it? That's 6 density? Yeah, because self and other are one is the 6th density teaching. The 7th density teaching is there is no self and there is no other. There is only formless, timeless awareness. Woo! That's pretty heavy too. So apparently, again, I've gone through all the physics that Michael taught me from the Law of One, from my own study. We're showing you the crop circle formations. We've got this very interesting thing going on where they 20-year time looped in this image from 2005, series of images, Mayan calendar end date. The sun is going to blow like a mine from World War I. It's got the spikes on it, which are pentagrams. It's the blowing up of the evil on Earth. And again, 72 on the outside, precession, end of the Mayan calendar. The ring is the Mayan calendar. The inside is 27. The symmetry spins the tetrahedron, the Hebrew alphabet. It's like, damn, what a week. What a week. So we're going to get these ascended abilities, some of us, after the first wave. The AI nanotech is trying to pull your fuses to your higher self so that you are disconnected. And so again, Michael is saying the pants that are provided, that's from the DS, they want you to wear these pants. They want you to be afraid. They want you to wear their colors and their flags and whatever they got. And then they're going to seed you, this means inoculate, with the barbarian grain and providing subtle protein. And they say, we want you to be less of a barbarian to keep your fuses plugged in. No AI, no nanotech. Any of the damage that's been done to people can be healed by somebody who's got the ability after the first wave. So yes, I'm excited about the med beds. You should be too. The med beds are freaking amazing. I want to build those, but some of us will be able to be our own walking, talking med bed without any other support. And that's really, really cool. So, future healing from the inoculations. So I said, if this was ever the karma I needed to tell me I have to move, I think I've got it. There's a guy hammering. There's a kid banging the floor upstairs. I can't open my windows without smelling smoke from a violent alcoholic next door. The chances are there's going to be another family up there later on. Nah, this ain't worth it. I'm going to make the phone call today. So this stalker girl, again, showed up at some point. The same girl that wanted to have sex with me in my house. I've never met her before. She's like, no, I'm moving in. And you're going to start making love to me. And you're going to let me live here. And I'm like, I'm kind of not like ready for that yet. Like, why would you assume that a man is so horny that if a woman says she wants to have sex with him, that he's just going to do it? I mean, like, maybe that works on some guys, but my life is a little more sophisticated than that. I don't just want somebody to come in and sweep me off my feet. So in the dream, she shows up. She was again trying to argue with me and get me to let her move in and have sex with her. I explained exactly what was going on to her one more time. I let her know she couldn't just barge into my house as a stranger and want to completely take over my life. I don't know anything about her. I mean, she could be fucking... Sorry. No, it's two mistakes in one show. You got to pump the brakes a little bit, son. You got to pump the brakes. Anyway, sorry. So we are rejecting this group en masse. That's what it's talking about. They are the stalker girl that wants to barge into our lives and tell you, oh, now you're going to be with me, and now you're going to do what I want, you're going to do what I say. So this is a holographic divorce. That's why Michael loves divorce jokes, because, like joking about my father, your mother, when he's got the cigarette in his mouth, your mother. I mean, I deliberately poke fun at the idea of divorce because we're in a cosmic divorce with the DS, where the Alliance is the good guys, the DS is the bad guys. Clear Choice Realty says, awesome show once again. Thank you. We didn't lose anybody off of my commercial. It's not a commercial. Off of my bear break. My close encounter of the nerd kind. Dude, I mean, the bear is very fast. I didn't know what was going to happen, but like they said in Canada, you got to stand your ground. I didn't haze the bear, but I wanted him to be at least somewhat afraid so he doesn't feel like this is just a place that he can go and nothing's going to happen. I wanted to know it was my space. That's why I went out and picked up rocks right after he ran away. That was scary, dude, because I didn't know if the bear would come running at me. And now that I've seen that he's around, I'm carrying bear spray with me all the time. It's actually better. It's better defensively to spray a bear in the eyes with bear spray than to shoot him with a gun. Because if you shoot a bear with a gun, they don't necessarily die. They can get mad and they can come up and kill you even if you've unloaded several rounds into them. So you really don't want to shoot bears. You actually want to use bear spray, and that's what they all teach you in Canada. It's safer and better than a gun, believe it or not. So every time I go outside, take a walk right now, because of this sighting, I'm now carrying my bear spray. What is your opinion about the gluten-free options that are now being offered in replacement of wheat? Should we avoid these too? So many are suffering and need med beds now, please. Yeah, I believe it. I mean, I'm suffering too, man. So anyway, getting back to that idea of gluten-free, if you listen to RFK Jr., if you listen to the administration, and they're basing this now on real research, they're telling you that the optimum diet is not necessarily to completely eliminate carbs, but try to get it down as low as you can. The less carbs you have, the better your attitude is going to be, the better you're going to feel in your body and in your life. it's just going to make an amazing difference for you. So I want that healing for you because I've done it. And I do have to say that I'm sleeping better. Another thing that I got to say, that there's lots of them you can find, but take your super mushroom powder and take it in tea. Heat up the mushrooms and put them in tea. Ever since I've started doing that, I've been having amazing bowel movements. And I'm also using an herb called Shilajit, which is this black tar off the top of the Himalayas. So I've been doing Shilajit and super mushroom powder. And I'll tell you what, it's made a real difference for me. I'm sleeping so much better. I'm having literally, I mean, it's kind of crazy, like 4 or 5 bowel movements a day. So you definitely can take stock of your health. And again, the less grain you eat, the better off you're going to be. And Michael even referred to that by calling it barbarian grain. And that he wants your fuses plugged in. The less of this grain you have, the more spiritually activated you are. So we're all rejecting the deep state. That's what's going on right now. Then I was in an outdoor hippie situation. There were definitely some weird, bald-headed, bearded type dudes who were partying. And they were taking mushrooms. They were getting ready to go somewhere. They might have offered the mushrooms to me. And this was dazzling because when I unsealed it, it was just 2 days after RFK Jr. had said that they're going to decriminalize psychedelics for trauma healing. And if you don't believe me, here it is, Thursday, July 17th, Embracing Psychedelics After FDA Setback. This line of therapeutics has tremendous advantage if given in a clinical setting. And we are working very hard to make sure that happens within 12 months. And last week I did my thank you so much for getting me high, dude. That routine, people were commenting on that. They loved that routine so much. I'm actually in a good place here. It's already legal in my state of Colorado. So, you know, if I wanted to do it, I could. And he says that it's a significant value to heal trauma. So I really like that. And again, in the dream, these guys were taking mushrooms and I unsealed it 2 days after. So this was an amazing time loop. So these people took mushrooms. They were with me in a loft and there were 3 ladders going up into the loft. Someone had knocked one of the ladders down and I showed them that I could float on the air by thinking, so this is Ascension, it's an Ascension prophecy. Some of us will be able to fly. I was able to float down and recover the ladder, and I put it back into position. That way everybody could climb out of the loft safely. Well, I guess I could have gone down the other ladders, but this is a dream. It doesn't have to make sense. So again, beautiful Ascension associated with mushrooms in this case. Very fascinating. And again, it's not just one type of mushrooms. I'm now taking super mushroom powder, and what an incredible difference in my health that I've had from that. At the end when I was floating, I moved over to a red-haired girl with a lot of freckles. She was wearing a bikini. She looked incredible. There were several girls around like that. They didn't seem to notice that I was floating. When I tried to show it to them, it wouldn't even work. So this is talking about people who are distracted and they're not seeing the spiritual ascension thing yet. I was trying to float face down. I needed to remind myself to meditate and just allow the floating to occur, and that's when it happened. So this is prophetic of how we're all going to have challenges with levitation. It's not like you're going to easily be able to fly, but you will, and you'll be able to experiment with it and make it work. I have it happen in my dreams all the time. Everything had a strange, almost quasi-religious feeling. I'm definitely picking up on it that much. I mean, I was levitating, so I say, I don't know what this is all about. This is prophetic of the first wave. Some of us are going to be gaining an ability to levitate, move objects with our minds, communicate telepathically, and even glow. And this depends upon our level of Christ consciousness. So that's really cool. I mean, and we have other dreams. There's several other dreams during this time where I seem to be in a post-first wave reality. Everything becomes psychedelic. Everything is shimmering. Everything is like really bright colors. Some of the kind of psychedelic stuff, the shimmering, the kind of sense of a luminosity everywhere. Vakapala, what's the name of the super mushrooms you take? I don't remember. One of the ones that I have that worked really well is called Om, O-M. And it might be Om Naturals or something like that. But anyway, Om is the one that I was taking. I just ran out of it. Now I'm doing another one. They both seem to be working the same way because, again, I've become almost ridiculously regular. I'm having ongoing bowel movements throughout the day, whereas in the past, when I got up in the morning, I could not have a bowel movement at all until I drank like an entire glass of water this big. I had to throw 8 ounces of water into my body to be able to poop. Now, soon as I wake up in the morning. It's just, oh, there it is. And then later on I have another one, later on I have another one, later on I have another one. It's great. I mean, that's what you want. And I'm able to sleep 7 hours without waking up. That's happening very consistently despite all the crazy stuff going on. And again, we're about to make a lot of money in this event. We're going to do it online and in person. So it combines the idea of me doing a launch where I would have only done it online with the feel of a live audience. And if we get the right venue, we're going to be able to get that all done. And again, I'm about to reach out to them this coming week. We have a couple different dates in mind. We'll see which one we get. So this depends on our level of Christ consciousness, but we're going to have this, again, levitation capability. Some of us will. When I could fly at the end, there was a strip of black with white letters on it. The letters were all capitals in Arial font. It's similar to what I use at the top of the screen, where it says Prophetic Dream. When I started, and that's the font that everybody's using now. I said Arial, but I think it was really more like Futura Condensed Medium. So when I started flying again, it was on my back. I could feel an electrical tingling under me. This is what levitation is going to feel like. This is a dazzling ascension prophecy. The letters on the back symbolize being a warrior on the team of Christ. And again, the idea is like I have a cape and it's like Superman. And Superman just came out as a movie again. We were talking about that 2 weeks ago. So this is a prophecy of how those who ascend will become like Superman. It's again just, I think this stuff is ridiculously exciting. The more I do the show with you, the more I'm sitting here, I'm comfortable, I'm safe. There's no bear, there's no demons. You know, everything is cool, it's quiet. We don't have bad weather outside, it's just cloudy, but there's no rain or hail or anything. So this is really, I mean, when you read these dreams, you feel uplifted. It's like, dang, what if Michael is telling the truth? What if, as difficult as this is right now, as upsetting as it is to just be alive, and I think we're all feeling it, it's a mass consciousness depression that you're going to interpret as your own personal feeling, and you need to say, is this mine or someone else's? Am I really feeling my own emotions, or am I feeling a collective consciousness? And if I can rise above the fear in the collective consciousness, if I can get to that oasis of sleep and peacefulness and happiness, then all of a sudden everything changes, and it's really, really great. So electric tingling underneath me when I'm flying. Then, as I was flying around, I see the stalker girl again. And I tried to explain to her relatively calmly that she would never find a man until she found herself. I told her that she had to take responsibility for herself. She should find out what her true passion in life was besides being with someone else, something within herself. So yeah, the idea was that if the stalker girl was really self-actualized, she wouldn't just try to pick up a random guy. She'd wait. Anybody that you're getting together with, you should wait and make sure that it really seems right and think rationally, and don't just fall in love off of a very limited amount of information like how somebody looks or how you feel, this high that you get from sexual attraction, if that's there. Give it some time, you know, that's really, really important. Find out what your own true passion in life is besides being in a relationship. So when people are codependent, the relationship is so much a part of their life. They've built everything around being in that relationship. It can be very difficult to disengage from that. But that's what we have to do to self-actualize. If you are either the victim or the perpetrator in one of these relationships, it's bad for you. You want to be able to find out that peace that can come just by being by yourself. And I've spent 4 years working on it now, and I've made incredible, incredible progress. We're still at 4,600 almost. I think this conversation might have been real. I may have been talking to her own higher aspect in her dream plane. I think that's it for now. So I say that she could partly reflect upon the DS. Their games of manipulation require other people to be around. They do not like to be alone. If you learn to live alone, it will heal you of your codependency. So then I said, amazing that the minute I turn off my tape recorder, all of the noise from the kid upstairs immediately stopped. I don't know what the hell that's supposed to mean. This is a classic example of negative greeting. The entity stops making the noise happen once it is no longer necessary. So yes, I believe, and again, the trolls can laugh. It's all the Steven team, but I believe that there are negative entities that interfere with people and can influence what they think and what they say and what they do. And it was very weird that, again, as soon as I stopped dictating my dreams and readings, boom, the kid stops making noise. Because there was some type of influence going on with him and his parents to cause this to happen to me. And I'm not blaming them, but the negative entities can do lots of interesting things through manipulating people. They can drive you potentially to hurt yourself. They can drive you potentially to hurt other people. And you got to rise above that and stay in the consciousness of love and compassion and peace. You don't want to hurt anybody. That's the whole point. We want healing. We want forgiveness. We want happiness. So then, 2:00 p.m., I have this journal entry. I got a blast of unexpected karma. It seems in order for me to move out, I would have to pay an entire year of rent. I do not have a choice. I must stay in this house for the year. This seems to be yet another layer of the trick that Michael was playing on me. So I did end up living there for an entire 1-year lease. It was awful. Constant distractions caused me to have bad reception. I still did pretty well regardless of that. And then more Michael data comes in the next day of May 28th. So I say, it appears I'm sorting out lessons of standing up for myself and living here in my new low-income property in the dream plane. And then Michael says, things to read, providing it will become more available to you as times progress. This is a better situation than you had hoped for, and you need to keep that original thought in mind. So this is what we're all being told. This is better than we thought. We're all being initiated, but it's going to have a glorious, glorious ascension. As this month turns into next month, you then have 6 months perspective on the situation. Well, that was interesting because we are about to go into next month as I unseal this. So let's do that right now. As this month turns into next month, you will have 6 months perspective. So that's August. So the inauguration was in January, right? So since he got back in, all these cool things have happened. We now have 6 months perspective because it's kind of like the end of January. So you got February, March, April, May, June, July, and then we're out of July. We're in August. So there's your 6 months. So he's clearly talking about this administration. He's clearly talking about what's going on. If we push it ahead further, we got August, September, October, November, December, January. So by the time we're through with January, we're into 2026, and whatever Michael said would happen in 2025 will have happened. And then, get this, he says, it will be time for you to have a cosmic carpet ride, a magic carpet, soon enough. And we will be waiting for you as you do this. This is a very, very exciting Ascension prophecy. A cosmic magic carpet ride is awaiting you, and we will be there to receive you as we do this. So, probably, we're going to have this happen. I mean, I can't honestly expect that there's going to be any other outcome except that Michael tells us the truth. Everything that he told us is going to be true. Why? Because it's just scarily accurate. This is scary. This is a 26-year-old cassette tape that is speaking to us in the present with uncanny accuracy. It sees everything that's going on in my life week after week. We've been doing this since September. There's no other time travel, prophetic miracle I'm aware of that's like this. It's very unique. I didn't know this was going to happen to me. I waited all these years before this thing came out, and now he's telling us we're going to get a cosmic carpet ride. Well, I say bring it on. Nightclubs, as usual, are out, because this was where I was thinking I might play music. The idea behind your musical pursuits involves a better vocabulary than this other method. Well, that's what I'm doing now. Keep that in mind as well. All right, I'm starting the day. I don't have a lot of time, and he has one more thing to say. Rocket scientists abound, and you too may take on this title. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. Rocket scientists abound. What does he mean by that? Well, he's talking about Stavati. We are the company that are going to be making, well, certain types of rockets, as well as airplanes, hover cars, etc. And so, yes, Michael's guidance has turned me into an aerospace scientist. I can speak very technically about aerospace. I've learned so much stuff. I mean, it's a full-time career in addition to the full-time David Wilcock career. I'm doing both. So then more data comes in the next day. This was at 9:18 a.m. I was in an honors class in high school, or audiovisual class again. We were singularly responsible for cleaning. It was all going on in this basement. I was doing this with people I played music with, such as my friend AR. He told me that I had to move my music from one place to another. So when you get cleanups in dreams, that means you're cleaning up your soul, you're cleaning up your diet, cleaning up your attitude, cleaning up your mouth. So we're all doing that. We're all, and remember earlier, Michael said credit card counseling of the spirit. So we're cleaning up our financial habits. We're cleaning up our level of virtue. We're becoming more loving, more honorable, more dedicated, more in control of our own lives. And that's great. So this group of people was trying to get me to do all this extreme stuff I really did not feel comfortable with. That's the DS. That's how we all feel right now. It included a laundry gathering routine. I had to move all of my laundry out and all of my musical equipment out. I was very unhappy that they were forcing me to do this. And so again, this is prophetic of 3 different appearances where I actually do have to be in court for each one. The next one is, again, coming up on August 4th. So that's just the personal level, but then the global level is, okay, all of us are being forced to do things we don't want to do. All of us are going through poverty. All of us are going through fear. All of us are going through anxiety. And it's all leading up to this amazing, amazing shift in reality that we're going to be experiencing together. So then Michael says, all machines are now wrestling with each other. Wait a minute, didn't Hulk Hogan just die like on Thursday and now it's Sunday? So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 4 days ago, Hulk Hogan died, the #1 wrestler in the world. And he was on television, which is a machine, right? And then also the AI is a machine, and it's all these little nanites. They're all individual machines. So this is prophetic of Hulk's death. All machines are now wrestling with each other. In New Zealand, there is a place where taking food is a felony, punishable by death. Such a jungle law may also soon be here in the United States if things were to continue in their present form. So again, this is prophetic of my discussion of WrestleMania, the death of Hulk Hogan. And Michael is explaining to us why the alliance is necessary. Even now, if the alliance doesn't win, they will end up trying to make you starve. That's what this is all leading towards. And we had somebody comment from New Zealand earlier, which is interesting. Cosmic carpet ride, get your goggles, no bugs in my eyes, says Vakapalo. Thank you very much. So yeah, this is really, really cool. The reference to wrestling, but we're not going to have this happen. That's their agenda. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. We do not want to see the modern children of this generation being abused. That's what the whole thing is about, you guys, and Michael knows that. So how amazing that he comes out right away with that saying, right? By a shadowy and insurgent world order, he's using the terms world order again, seeking conquest and hegemony, which is like, dictatorship. This is a direct prophecy about how everyone is learning about the shadowy and insurgent world order. So again, how did they know to tell us all these things in 1999 that make so much sense with all of the slides that I keep reading you? It's breathtaking. So then later on that same morning, I was in a house that was still being built. There were a lot of rough edges. Even more heavy construction was still going on next door. This is the 4th density house that we're still building on Earth. The new Earth that is going to be made. New heaven and new Earth. We ended up walking next door where the new construction was going on. There was a very small child carrying a bag of gravel. There again are the David Stones, which we're about to start selling if you buy a ticket to come in person. He was asking myself and some other people for money. Well, that's what I'm going to be doing. I did this, again, dazzlingly prophetic. I didn't realize it at first because he phrased it in a funny way. He wanted to do something for us and give us a piece of his stone in exchange for it. So again, thank you in advance for your support with these conference tickets. It's fascinating that that's actually bleeding into the dream, and we got a little kid selling stones in the dream. It's like, oh, all right, that's pretty cool. That we've already been talking about this, so it's prophetic. We ended up walking next door to where new construction was going on, and there you go, asking myself and other people for money, and he wanted us to do something. He wanted to do something for us in exchange for it. Then, unfortunately, he gets rocks thrown at him, which is sort of like what our lives are all like together. Michael says, this is really scary because I was so stressed out right now. I was so strung out. He says, we are barely connected. I can see you've got some dark spots under your eyes, but it is a mere moment before those concerns that were so pressing pale in comparison to far more important issues as they arise moment by moment within your greater psyche and mind at large. It's talking about the mass consciousness. And I said this is fascinating because my under eye area has gotten darker lately because of stress. So I was actually thinking about that. One of the videos that we shot, I'm like, darn, I got dark circles, man. And then here's Michael talking about it. It's like, oh, okay. And so I'm burned out. I'm not getting enough sleep. I'm barely connected to him. But so we all have these concerns right now. I'm not just going to speak about myself. All of us have concerns that seem so pressing. But he says it is a mere moment before all the things that we're worried about pale in comparison to far more important issues. I love it. He says, sit on my stool for a moment and I will teach you a few new things. You must deepen your trance state for the moment. And then that actually is when the reading came to an end. So then we had a major prophetic dream the next day on May 31st. This will be the last one that I read for today. There was a really, really big concern about radiation, and there was a monster involved. So we're all afraid of nuclear war right now because of Iran, Israel, and Ukraine and everything else. I actually saw the radiation monster come inside the house at one point. It was really scary. The monster had a white face, weird black makeup around its eyes, similar to like Alice Cooper. And again, he starred in Prince of Darkness, and we just had the Prince of Darkness die, so there's another Ozzy reference again. It had long hair and was wearing a very rugged hanging burlap costume. All the burlap was in shreds. So it looked very, very scary. There was another movie the two movies that really freaked me out in high school was Prince of Darkness and Serpent in the Rainbow. And in Serpent in the Rainbow, they have this type of thing with like the black circles around the eyes, the white face, as a representation of the demonic. It's very frightening. So again, we have a radiation monster that's in burlap with this weird black makeup around its eyes. So this is prophetic of everybody being afraid of a possible nuclear war. Somehow, this was heavily associated with Don T., which again is the president, 47. That's the name I gave for my friend in high school, and it always seems to mean him. The creature ended up infecting something, and then like anything that had the creature in it, if you had touched it, you ran the risk that the creature would come back. I didn't make the connection that the creature was supposed to be the radiation either. So again, this is like the idea of COVID, the idea of infection, and again, that's what happened in 2020. So this is all definitely, even though it says radiation, it's really a metaphor of the DS and all the crazy poisoning and things that they're doing to us, this monster that we're all so afraid of right now that we're all seeing. So I ended up going around Scotia, the town I grew up in New York, but it was very hyperdimensional looking. There was a very hyperdimensional feeling around these places in Scotia, unlike anything I've ever seen or felt before. At the same time, I was extremely, extremely concerned about this creature, and there was some duck meat that actually had the creature in it. So this is the idea of wet markets, right? The duck is kind of like a wild game, and the creature, which is, and again, it's infective, it was in the duck. But again, look at what happened in the first part. We got the first wave of Ascension. Everything around me, reality had transformed. It was like really bright and colorful and sparkly and geometry and shimmering light and beauty. It's like, wow, something has changed. And that's what it's going to be like after the first wave. So this is saying that because the DS is working so hard to make us nervous and sad and angry, that we're not noticing the change that's already coming. I mean, we're very, very close. So anyway, there you have it. I just said I liked to eat duck last night at the Chinese restaurant. Even though I was a vegan, when I used to eat meat at the time, I enjoyed duck. So now I was desperately trying to get far away from anybody who had ever tried to eat duck. This is again prophetic of COVID, lockdowns, and isolation. I thought I had taken care of the situation. I came back around and they were threatening they were going to eat this duck, which again would mean they were infected by this radiation monster. The same specter had risen again. It was not fun. Bob got involved with Don at some point as well. They were brothers. Don's grandmother was involved. There was something really grimy about the two of them. They were doing something we were all trying to stop from happening. This again is showing how right now he's in the kayfabe. He's pretending that those are only stupid people that focus on the list. Nah, believe me, there's more going on than that. He's already said, we caught them all. He knows what's going on. So again, this is prophetic of how the kayfabe is in play. They were doing something we were all trying to stop. We want the list to come out, and it's going to be this specter of horror once we learn the truth. They had gotten something new. It was either a car or a machine, some kind of a new machine. Well, my company builds new machines. It was not in the best interest of everyone that they had this. Okay, so this is more about the negative, the AI, all that kind of stuff. So that's a big part of the agenda, the negative agenda from this machine intelligence. We went on some sort of a trip to try to find the source of the radiation, and it was extremely scary. At one point, Don drove very recklessly around the corner. I told him he shouldn't do that because cops are everywhere. This is, again, prophetic of the kayfabe. It was obviously military. We saw several different guys in military uniforms. The attitude and ambiance of fear was just enormous. So that's 2 prophetic dreams in 1 week, dude, about mass arrests, about martial law, exactly what the plan is describing. It started out with the military, and then there was the alien slime in the tree. Now we're seeing it again with the character that represents 47, with this idea of eating duck, that you get infected, that it's radiation and it's a monster. The military is what's fighting this monster. That's the prophecy popping up again. It's brilliant. We finally got to this main area. We were able to get in there without any special tickets or passes. What initially drew me there was I was hearing the dueling drum solo with Phil Collins and his drummer on the album The Way We Walk Part 2 from Genesis. It was a picture-perfect rendition of this recording. It sounded really, really loud, like it was being blasted all over. So this is like a dueling drum solo between 2 drummers, and they kind of have an ostinato. Ra-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ra-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ra-da-da-da-da. It's just it's sorry, I did it again. It's third. It's amazing. That's one of my favorite drum solos, and it was right there in the dream. So this symbolizes, again, something beautiful that's going to happen on Earth that makes the monster irrelevant, caused by the military that we just saw. The military are going to bring us this gorgeous musical performance that will totally transform our reality, and that's very exciting, folks. So it's blasted all over. I was with my childhood friend Eric, naturally asking him to drive over to where the music was. Somebody just said this. Paul, hello, David. I'd love to read the comments. Interesting comments no longer seem to be here. It looks like minions have taken control of your live stream. It's such a shame. Censorship should not be allowed. I don't know. I think there's a lot of fun things going on here. People say, please hit the like button. You can do that. Anyway, if you guys want to write interesting comments, then Paul needs some love. So please write him some interesting comments. I was with my childhood first best friend, the guy I did all the psychic stuff with, Eric. I asked him to drive over to where the music was. There was a huge stage. All this work going on in the back. There was a big channel. That's interesting. Square in shape, roughly, a little bit rounded off at the tops, deep and wide, and a little bit long. The channel represents my channeling of Archangel Michael. The concert represents Ascension. And it also represents the new channel that humanity will experience, our new connection to higher intelligence. Almost everybody working in this thing was a hippie. That didn't really attract me. For whatever reason, I felt that I wanted to smoke something. There was one guy in particular who kept laughing and talking about how he's got the red stuff and the green stuff. And I was laughing along with him, definitely infiltrating on what they were doing and trying to make myself look busy. So I've had to go through lots and lots of forgiveness with Michael over my past and what I had to do. And I think I've made a lot of progress. There was this music that changed out there. It was very spacey, new agey, and very amazing. As I looked at the grass, it was almost sparkling and shining. And I realized that something very hyperdimensional was going on, like reality had changed. And it was pretty outstanding, whatever it was. So this is, again, talking about, it's yet another prophecy, the first wave of Ascension. Everything became like really weird and sparkly and new and energized in a way that just never existed before. So I love that. I was nervous from getting spotted more than once. Someone had already spotted me when I jumped down a crack in the middle of a gigantic, huge machine underneath the stage. It's almost like the Death Star, defeating the Death Star, you know? And again, I'm jumping into this channel. I'm jumping into the higher intelligence. I was still working behind the back. I hadn't even seen the places where everybody was sitting yet. And again, the big machine symbolizes the transformation of our reality, as they showed you with everything shimmering. I was still around there talking to these guys all into their drugs. There was a supervisor guy who showed up. I didn't want him to realize I was kind of goofing off and not doing what I should be doing, which would be to get out of there. There was a lever nearby. I had put my hand on it to make it look like I was trying to do work instead of just talking to employees all the time. The supervisor asked me what was the number on the lever. I looked at the top of the lever and it said 26. Wait a minute, David, didn't you just say that the crop circle was working off of the Mayan number of 26, except that they bumped it up to 27, and it's the symmetry spins of the tetrahedron? David, didn't the crop circle that they just gave us tie back to a circle that flagged the importance of the number 26? Yes. 26 and 27. There it is again. So how is it that the crop circle in 2025 ties back, 2026, no, 25, we're in 25 now, ties back to 2005, where the number 26 is strongly implied because, again, it's a Mayan number, and you count over from 1 again when you get to 27. It's called sexagesimal counting, 20 and 6. You bring the two together. I believe that's what it's called. I have to go back and review John Major Jenkins. But anyway, 26 is also a post, you guys, and he's pulling the lever of post 26. That's the one that says the only way forward is the military. Right? It's like, wow. Okay, yeah, right. The only way forward is the military. Post. Let's read that post again. So he's pulling the lever of 26 on this huge machine. There it is, folks. You can look it up with that link. You have to click through something. It says, yeah, I understand it might be suspected phishing. It's not. That's just what they put in there. Think about it logically. The only way is the military, fully controlled, save and spread once the arrests of 11.3 will verify the first marker. Well, that's about to happen. The arrests are about to happen. The biggest advance drop on this message board, Paul. 26 was the number that I gave him for the lever. Apparently, I misinterpreted his question. All of a sudden, he seemed to be onto me. He started yelling and screaming. He wanted to know why I'm doing this and what was I doing there. Maybe he wasn't actually yelling, but he was certainly getting ready to. So this is the DS being annoyed at us for exposing them. That's what I think it's about. They don't like me. Then all of a sudden, my father showed up, and they knew each other. He had his notebook and an all-access pass. The guy was very surprised to see my father. I said to him, you see, my father has the all-access pass. This is talking about the Heavenly Father. This means I can go anywhere I want, do whatever I want to do. The guy explained to my father I had had problems more than once and I shouldn't be back there. So this is like the voice of the DS versus God. But God has the all-access pass and God is going to save this planet. So I said, I do see this as a loose metaphor as we prepare for Ascension. My father said, no, you're right. Where you really should be is on the north end of the beach. All these musicians are practicing for a huge jam they're going to have. This again, prophetic of the coming Great Awakening. I knew that this was about Virginia Beach, and that was when I woke up. It was obviously referring to the Edgar Cayce Association for Research and Enlightenment, ARE, Association for Research and Enlightenment. It's obviously referring to the ARE. I had just been thinking about whether or not I should go there before. So again, the Cayce connection. Michael then says, keep a lookout for your source self, because you never know when, where, or why it emerges. Keep track of the basics in yourself, the dietary obligations that we have showed you, and you will not fall astray. Keep clear on what the mission perspective is that we have reached at this point. Understand that you are accurate in discerning the clear guidance of the validity and value of your possible decision to spend more time to ARE. They're talking to me in 1999 now. Hence, this dream illustrates quite directly you are in the best circumstances by going to where the musicians are. And you understand now that you have decoded the meaning of this metaphor we have used for some time. This has been a great breakthrough for you to recognize that all of your dreams having to do with music actually have to do with the music of the spheres and this contact. And that's why I always say that now. This is when I really learned that. In that sense, you have achieved peace and serenity, and the knowledge that comes with the ability to apply dream metaphors to your life circumstances. So yes, my trance state was weaker. It's talking in 99, not now, but it's still interesting. Of course, we do endorse you in seeking out actual musical opportunities, but you now must understand this is the far stronger metaphor of spirit in most of these cases. You must now look back over other dreams and see how this metaphor was applied by us, as so far you have missed the boat on most of these, so to speak. So I had a major trip to New York starting on July 1st, and I may have to do a trip again this week. And I have no significant dictation until July 7th, 1999. And so with that in mind, let me just look at everything and see what we got here. Yeah, we'll just pick up from where we left off. But there's some pretty good stuff here. Actually, no. Let's no. We'll get it next time. We're going to get it next time. Okay. See if there's anything else in here. Yeah. So we're going to pick up next time. Let's again read the highlight of our prophecy loop from May. I'm sorry. God, I'm getting tired. March 17th, 1999. Don't worry, he says, have faith in the Ascension and in the timelines we gave you. This is sure to be an event of biblical proportions. Mark my words on that one. That is all for now. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. So, once again, Michael Prophecies are coming true now. The full download of all 7 books and 35 hours of video are still available. They are dazzling. You can get it for $144. It really, really helps me out. Anybody who orders this, you are an angel for me. You can see how the dots connect to reveal this ascension. Many of the readings that I'm giving you now are in book 4 or book 5. I think we switched to book 5 once we get into June, so now we're in book 5 from this show onward, next show. So again, all you have to do is go to thedisclosure.com, type in our discount code, and you get it for $144. And the discount code is concrescence. That's again, thedisclosure.com. All right, so now we have an hour left if we're going to try to get this done in 4.5 hours, which I think we can. Oh, sound is awful. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, you guys. Okay, stereo is out. We just fixed it. I'm so sorry, you guys. Okay. Yes, double click, check the mic, check your speaker. I fixed it. Okay, I'm so sorry. Thank you for pointing it out to me. I hope I didn't leave it that way for very long, but I guess I did. You guys figured it out. It's good. We're back. Yay. Sounds good now. All right. That makes me nervous, but you know what? It happens sometimes. It's part of life. I accidentally probably clicked on my mouse. Let me get the mouse away from those buttons and away from my hand. Sounds better now. Now you're too loud. Sounds good. Sounds good. Everybody's saying it sounds good. Okay. So we have 1 hour left to go. I want to try to get this done 4.5 hours. Let's go right into our Alliance posts. This is, I believe, coming directly from the Alliance. There is a person posting it, but he may not even be the one writing these things. They may be writing it for him and having him post it. I don't know. It's very, very interesting. But anyway, I think what we're going to do is I'm going to mute the microphone again. That was probably a big clue. I'm going to take another very short pee break. I do have a new video lined up for it, and that will be great because then once I've had that done, everything is going to be great. So here's a video of me with very curly hair as I'm finding historic garbage outside, mining for stones. My hair looks crazy, but it's funny anyway. So I'm going to mute my microphone again, and then I'm going to go take a really quick leak. This is only a 2.5-minute video. But I'll be right back to you. I'll feel so much better once I've had this.
I don't want to break the stone or hurt the lichen, so we'll leave that one alone, but we have lots of great choices. There's stuff over here by the tree.
Sorry about that, you guys.
Very well be used on our trail. Might even just come out. Take a look. Oh, yeah. See that?
Oh, that's a beauty, son.
Isn't that a beauty?
That's a beauty, son.
That's a keeper.
I love it.
All right. We're going to drag this one back, but thank you guys for watching. All right, it's David. We're back. And this is, of course, where we just pulled off these rocks from over here. These guys actually, it bent the fork because it's so heavy and it's so stuck in there. But these are going to be beautiful for the trail. We're trying to free them out. We have a bigger tool now. We came back to the same site where we were. We're going to try to get that rock out. But even before we do that, check this out, you guys. We found more historic garbage. So our country boy who drank that liquor was apparently drinking beer at the same time. So we found his pull top. This is definitely like a 1970s era pull top for some type of obscure cheap beer that he was drinking right here, back before anybody had even built a house here. The house wasn't built until 2000. So this was just federal land. It's pretty funny that we found that historic garbage. Put that right there. Anyway, let's see if we can get this guy out. I hope you're having as much fun as I am. We're really enjoying ourselves doing this. It's fun to find things in nature that you can use for beautifying your home for free. You don't have to pay any money for this stuff. It's on your own land. It's really, really in there, man.
Well,
all right, that's too deep. We're not going to fight for that one. I don't want to break the stone or hurt the lichen, so we'll leave that one alone, but we have lots of great choices. There's stuff over here by the tree.
All right, you guys already saw that part, so I'll mute it here.
Beauty.
that's a beauty, son.
That's a keeper.
I love it.
All right. We're going to drag this one back, but thank you guys for watching.
All right, so we're done with that. Thank you guys again for tolerating. I can't tell you how much better I feel now that I've been able to go outside and take a leak. It makes all the difference, and I had a very, very full bladder, so I could have gone further, but it would have been into like really bladder busting territory. Again, I want to keep the pointer away from the mute button because I accidentally hit the thing with my hand. Sorry about the loss of sound. We can fix that in post. I just have to copy the track over to the other side and then mirror it. So we can fix that in post, but sometimes it happens. Live has kayfabe. Live has wabi-sabi. Jim Garrigas says, another great show, David. I live in the safest state in Mexico. Recently, we've had heightened cartel police activity, multiple OXXO convenience stores set on fire. David, everyone knows each of the 5 points on those symbols represent one of the 5 major grease groups. Prince Royal, he loves the grease groups. We, your Sunday family, appreciate your dedication to the show each week. David the Stone Hunter, yeah, people were saying I'm like the crocodile hunter. Marking your territory, right. So again, we're at 4,200 viewers still, and sometimes they drop off for unknown reasons, but now we're going to get into our alliance posts, you guys. The first one, we have 29 or 30 this week. The first one is from the Director of National Intelligence, making a bombshell claim that this individual personally orchestrated the plot against the president in the final weeks. They bypassed our intelligence agencies and deliberately fabricated a collusion narrative. Yep. So that's all leading up to an arrest, and they're making it take longer. I didn't know if it was going to happen instantly or if it would take some time. It has taken some time. And this brings us to post number 109, which again is the Archangel Michael shout out. I was so grateful to the Alliance. Saint Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle, be our protection against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And do thou, Prince of the heavenly hosts, by the power of God, cast down to hell Satan and all his evil spirits, who prowl around the world, seeking the ruin of souls. Amen. Amen, brother. So again, the journal entry after our last show from last week, I said the Alliance hasn't done post 109 in a really long time. No shout-outs to Michael. They might still be mad at me for using, which, again, I had foot injury. I had to use it for pain. And then, sure enough, they gave me an incredible shout-out, and they also embraced psychedelics. So we are in that 3 to 4 week countdown. It's all heading up to August 28th. The end marked by, again, the Uranus-Neptune Trine. So we need to be ready for anything. Our next slide for this week, and again, once more, I want to personally thank the Alliance. Thank you guys for making that shout out to Archangel Michael, seemingly in response to what I wrote in my journal, which again, if they are in fact the NSA, and they could read what's on my computer, then they saw that and they responded. And so thank you guys very much. It really rebuilt my feeling of like, okay, well, things are bad, but at least the Alliance is fully supportive of me, and that's really where I want it to all come from. Let's just start from there and work our way up. So then this country is having a locust infestation sweeping across the country, swarms now making their way from farmlands into urban areas, literally biblical plague of locusts. Skies in some regions turning dark as they overwhelm fields and streets alike. Wow. They're blaming it on extreme drought and the collapse of the Kakhovka Reservoir, which had created a perfect breeding condition. I guess there's lots of standing water. So post number 48, again, we've seen this one many times, talking about their clearance and having the goods on U1. That's about uranium again. Someone dropping this information has the highest level of security within all departments. That's so important. This is coming from the highest level of secrecy there is. If you think you're going to get it by interviewing some insider, no. They've said operators never divulge. I can't keep stressing this enough. There is no insider out there who is talking about this plan that really knows what the heck is going on. There's less than 10 people that know what's going on. So please don't fall for that if somebody's portraying themselves that way. They have the highest level of security within all departments, and that's where this information is coming from, you guys. And then, they never thought they were going to lose the calm before the storm. We've seen this one many times. So now there's a hearing in the Knesset on this very controversial subject of this cult. Exposing testimonies from women who say that they were forced into these situations by members of these communities. And they went through a wide variety of really horrifying abuse, as you can read right there, including mock biblical ceremonies that spanned for decades. This is now public testimony in their own parliament or legal building or Congress or whatever it is right now. Yeah, disclosure is happening right now. It's happening at different speeds in different places. So the small country is getting a big whopping dose of disclosure. This is sort of like the preamble to what everybody else is going to be hearing. It's coming out in court. This is going to become the story that everybody talks about. They drew various forms, we're looking at the last sentence now, various forms in forests during these events. Teachers, doctors, and politicians were helping to cover it up. There you go. And Michael just again showed us the World War I Morning Star weapon, the marine mine, the explosive thing that's got the 2 pentagrams in it. So this is all getting ready to come down around them. And I'm just responsible to keep doing this show every week, no matter what. So again, they're talking about the mountain that housed North's weapons and testing collapsed. This was unbelievable timing. I wonder, wink, wink, if critically important materials scientists were inside when it happened. No news agency suspects we had anything to do with it. Enjoy the crumbs. So right now, other things that could have caused us great harm are being taken out. You're never going to hear about it. The Alliance is working really hard to save our planet. That's great. Then we have Ellen, who fled the U.S. after the victory. She confirmed this, that she left following election night. She now lives with chickens, although she's now moving. Within 1 month, you're going to see that. She says everything there is better, the people, the animals, and the villages. She says she's never coming back. Well, then within a month, like in the same week, she's now saying she's leaving. So I guess it wasn't better after all. I don't know what's going on. I mean, it's hard to find happiness, Happiness is not necessarily just being out in the country on a farm. You have to find it within yourself. I guess that's the message. So that has a whopping 5.6 million views. Post number 95. What happened over in Saudi Arabia, which again was a martial law temporary overthrow and arrest of over 100 people. It will happen here, in Asia, and in Europe. Keep digging and organizing this info into graphics. This is critical. It's part of the reason why I keep doing it, because they keep saying that. God bless you, etc., etc. Now, this deep fake video obviously is very provocative of him being arrested. Right after that trend was on X, it shows him that agents hauling him away and then cuts to him alone in this other location. The real question is, could this actually happen, or is it a distraction? Obviously, they're telegraphing something's going to happen. And so we got post number 82 there. Things need to be solved to understand what is about to happen. And again, they're referring to Saudi Arabia. And that was where all the money was coming from for this stuff. And they just said that there was a revolution there and it'll happen in other places. So this all fits very well. Now you have Mark saying, oh, don't waste time on this subject. Nobody's interested in it. Sure. You want to go ahead and believe in that? That's fine. We can't waste our time, he says. If you bring it up, he's tired of you and he doesn't want to hear anymore. Well, what is he hiding? That's the question that kind of pops up in my mind. It's like, well, what exactly is going on here, Mark? Like, why are you so disinterested that you think it's a waste of time? That's what they want you to ask. So then he says, we've dumped crumbs over the weekend, and at this point we are far enough along that we can give you the picture without jeopardizing the operation. And so, yes, it's all going to lead to arrest, just like the dream showed. So then these two countries and their military should not be citizens. If they're from the military, they should not be citizens here. That's what Tucker had to say. Anyone who served in these two militaries should be revoked, including Americans who choose to fight for foreign armies with no exceptions. You can't serve another country and still call yourself an American. So that's interesting. And we have post number 28 again, which is talking about how the military had seized basically every protest movement. By the late 1960s, they had compiled information on more than 100,000 politically active Americans to quell civil rights and stop demonstrations. 1,500 plainclothes agents being used to spy on organizations, at least one observer for every demonstration, more than 20 people. Keeping surveillance on churches, campuses, classrooms, taking notes, tape recording, etc. So again, he says, ha, 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 the military has infiltrated these groups. They're 5 steps ahead, and they say, well done. So everything that the DS is doing apparently has insiders in it who are working for the Alliance, and that's why they know what's going on. There's moles in every single weird organization that the DS has. Therefore, we don't have anything to worry about. Here's another guy in politics who's in no hurry. This is the Speaker of the House. In no hurry to get beyond this. Shutting down the chance of a vote, releasing it before their August recess. So they're trying to kick it out into after August. When pressed by a reporter, he simply said no and claimed they need space to deal with it. Whoa, that doesn't look good, does it? Post number 36, which is really, really huge. Again, this is coming out of military intelligence. You're never going to hear it in the media, and they're not doing any leaks. There is nobody else who's an insider who's like, oh yeah, I'm one of the 10 people, and let me tell you what the plan is. No, there is nothing like that going on. The way I'm doing it right now is the best you're going to get for the high-level intel Apollo, double citizenship is serving two lords. Thank you. We're at 3 hours and 45 minutes. So these people have military backgrounds close to the president. And then the negative folks are transferring their funds to nonprofit organizations. And she has to repay a lot of people under the promise of victory. It didn't really happen. He made cash payments in the last 90 days of his presidency to pay people off, apparently. Slush funds that are being put to an end. Blah, blah, blah. We've seen this all before. This is a really long one. These are crumbs, and you cannot imagine the full and complete picture. If we had failed and she assumed control, we would have done the unthinkable. And this would have been a force majeure type of military coup, which we're not going to see. It's all being done legally, but I don't think the August recess matters. It doesn't matter whether they pass anything. This is going to be coming from a military type of law. It's going to be fascinating. Simply no other way than to use the military. It's that corrupt and dirty. Please be safe and pray for those in harm's way as they continually protect and serve our country. Yes, we do pray for everyone in the Alliance. Thank you guys so much. I'm on the front lines with you, and I really, really appreciate your service. So thank you very much. So then Tucker actually mentioned this artwork on his show. And so this particular, again, you know, it's all coming out. It's all being released. That one had 171,000 views. They're flying 16 influencers to the small country. And I actually got the same ads. It's been marketed to me in email that I'm getting. Hey man, you know, we'll send you out there and we can do it for free. I'm like, nah, I think I'm good right now. Thank you anyway. But yes, so this was advertised to me. 16 prominent influencers reportedly being flown out there for a high-level propaganda boot camp to reshape how young Americans view them. The official list of attendees is under wraps. Insiders say the training will equip them with tailored talking points and psychological tactics to neutralize scrutiny over topics like alleged intelligence ties, the infamous ... suspicions of links, the deadly attack on so-and-so and how to rewrite the narrative, convincing their followers they are from biblical prophecy. Their mission is to recode history, control perception, and rally our next generation behind an unshakable pro stance. Well, that won't be happening. So there they are with all their booklets and pamphlets that he says was a shameful event. He had another post on that today that I didn't have time to get in here. So now treason is being brought up very directly, openly accused it, saying he is the one pulling the strings, planning and trying to interfere. The evidence is already in hand, and they are about to release more proof. So, dude, this coming week is extremely exciting for me. Post number 67, again, talking about the people escaping the country or being let out. And how do you get through TSA, the difference between a commercial flight or a private flight, your security clearance for departure. So this is, again, very actionable. It lines up with everything we're saying, and we are at the point now where people are going to try to be flying out in their private jets to escape this alliance's justice. It won't work, but they're definitely trying it right now. So, yeah, we want to all be on the lookout for pretty wild stuff in our future. Again, lots of stuff about planes being grounded by mandatory force, specifically after the event in 2001. His plane has a military escort IE tag and is being forced down. This will be leaked. Watch the news, have faith. So we're going to find out that they all tried to escape. They were all trying to flee. That's what they're saying. Where did $18 billion go? Could it be used by bad actors for escape, for bribes, rogue contractors, as a slush fund? Did we seize, stop, and track other of these funds? Yep, they obviously did. And it came from Saudi Arabia. That's what they're saying right now. It was a safe harbor. So that's really, really cool. Now he's countering and says, nope, I never did anything that was treasonous at all. Well, that's probably about to be proven wrong. Now she comes out, she's dropping even more evidence that will make that denial look ridiculous. She says all of these people and the media will expose themselves with their own words as being fools. They know they've got something. It's about to happen. So again, stay positive. We're almost there. Once again, he's saying we've got to get this out every week. So, you know, thankfully, I can be here next Sunday. There shouldn't be any reason I won't be. but we take all the crumbs, put them into a massive dump, and this will be the biggest inside-approved dump in American history. And quietly, their attorneys are being notified. So this usurps everything else. Once this stuff starts happening, if you have a court date, it's going to get thrown off. If you're not going to be able to leave the house, 10 days of darkness, possible power outage, emergency message system on your phone, military in the streets. We had 2 dreams about it this week. It could be very, very close because, again, if they do this arrest, probably everything else is about to follow. Now we have Wild Bill, who's pressuring them for money. He just landed there and is saying that they need to pour the money into these global initiatives under the banner of saving lives. He claims the loss of funding has already led to countless deaths, and now he only wants 1% of our budget to be redirected into his pocket. Well, wait a minute. Don't we have isn't it almost like $1 trillion a year? So 1% of $1 trillion is like what? $10 billion or something. So that's a very significant amount of money. So nothing small here. The push isn't political, it's personal. He has a moral mission to reshape our policy. Well, no, everybody's onto this, and I don't think he's going to be getting $10 billion. Let's put it that way. Again, they're talking about martial law, how there was a coup in this country, and they were donating money to all these foundations. So again, it all lines up. And first what happened in Saudi is going to happen here. And again, have faith. These crumbs in time will be the biggest drops ever disclosed in our history. They keep making that point. One of the things they really wanted to stress this week is there's no other insider doing this. You have to get it this way. You have to read it through these posts that they're making, which we're doing. And they said, again, remember, disinformation is real. We're dealing with that right now. The big kayfabe, right? So then he blurts out that this was a fun place to visit. He accidentally admitted it might be a fun spot to party and didn't even realize what he was saying, and he's laughing about it. So they caught that one. We're on post 33. Again, I'm hopeful my time was not wasted. Everything is being monitored, recorded, and analyzed. We don't want the clutter. Then in Alabama, there was a bunker where multiple individuals were rescued. It was secret. They'd been held there for over a year. And they went through all of this stuff, part of a hidden operation that was built to keep them completely isolated from the outside world. So this kind of stuff keeps happening, and it's all part of the military and alliance's agenda, which is great. 2.7 million views on that. Post number 96, again, talking about right before leaving office, $221 million sent out just for one country. Wow. And now look at what's happening, right? He bought their loyalty, and maybe they're doing what he wants. It's amazing how things make sense when you ask a question. That's the entire point. It's up to you. Again, they make that point. We have to put this together. Collect it, archive it, and distribute it in graphics that are in order, which is what we're doing. It will all make sense. Once it does, we look to you to spread and get the word out. Timestamps will help you validate the authenticity. Your president needs your help, and he wants full transparency for the great people of this country. Everything is stated for a reason. Then they actually say, predict when or if you think the arrest will occur. I think it's going to be very soon. I don't know how soon, but Michael gave us a 3 to 4 week window. Could be even less than that. Russia has now banned this sort of religion, if you wanted to think of it that way, declaring that this movement is an extremist organization. Their authorities are now claiming it as a dangerous ideology. It's justifying evil and tries to dismantle traditional values. He once claimed that our Western world was controlled by these individuals. So, that's what they feel. They're concerned about it. 86 seconds, again, Saudi and Alice in Wonderland. So that's really going to be coming out very soon as the arrests occur. We're all going to learn new stuff about how big that country was. Now here we are with Ellen, only after 1 month. She's moving out from her farm. Maybe she ought to try digging up quartz like I did. It's really fun. She put the farmhouse up for sale just weeks after moving in, less than a year after leaving us. Shortly after, she confirmed that she had relocated there in response to the re-election. She only lived in the estate for 1 month before deciding to move on. Well, again, I've been here for 4 years alone, so you got to be able to tolerate that. You got to be able to tolerate the quiet, and it can be difficult if you grew up in a city. And that's, again, 2.9 million views. Post number 63. To those watching, you have a choice to make. You can stand up and do what you know to be right, or you can suffer the consequences of your previous actions. Make no mistake, you are on the losing side, and the choice is yours. If you decide to take down this board and the internet, we will be ready. So apparently, people can still cut deals. They wouldn't have put this in there unless various individuals are still being offered deals, and we saw that now that they're outraged by the kayfabe, there's all these people in the intelligence community, and they're like, yes, I want to speak. I want to make sure that the people get arrested. I want to make sure that this gets done. So it's going to be huge, and it could be, again, very, very soon. So now is not a time to be sad or depressed. Now is a time to be extremely excited, in my opinion. Then she drops a bombshell on this individual, accusing him and his team of fabricating this story in 2016, saying they built a false report and hid the evidence that would prove that it was wrong. They broke the protocol, misled us to sabotage before the office was taken. They said it was a planned effort to overturn things, and the media was complicit, and it was a years-long attempt against the president. There you go. So then we have 106, which brings us to this one right here. First, we'll look at the top. And it says, they cut the feed trying to shut him down. Remember what they said. They were waiting for this. Whatever is happening now. They say nothing is a coincidence. We are at war. Taking out the leadership, the bad leadership in Saudi, cut the strings. They are scrambling for cover and using any means necessary out of their remaining power and control. God bless you. Then she comes out and throws a little shade, says, yep, she had violent mood swings. I mean, go figure, right? When you're covering up that much stuff and you're doing things that could get you caught. I mean, that's why I don't want to do anything negative. I live a clean life. I don't commit crime because that way I don't have to worry. I'm still getting worried anyway because we're all in a global initiation. I have no money. There's legal stuff going on, but okay, you know what? I don't do anything wrong, therefore I got nothing to worry about. And that way, most of the time, you can live really healthily. But if you're doing all this crazy stuff, and you know you're covering this up, and you got to keep your lies straight, and you're lying about this, and you're lying about that, I mean, who needs that? That is not how I want to live my life. It never has been. And that's why I've been in business for so long, hardly ever having any entanglements with other people involving lawyers or anything like that. So she was actually having severe psycho-emotional problems and violent mood swings. They placed her on a daily regimen of very heavy tranquilizers because her behavior was so unpredictable. They say she also battled chronic fatigue and heart issues and was obsessed with power, terrified to lose control. We're coming up on the 4-hour mark and we're nearly done. So this might be one of our shorter shows. Post number 167, he opened the door of all doors. Expand your thinking. What is the keystone? And again, it all ties back in with her and Saudi, Alice in Wonderland, all that kind of stuff. The chief of staff has enormous power, maybe more than the president himself. That's what he said, because she could take out a country with a single phone call. Was he just joking here? I don't know. It's a fascinating thing to ruminate on. Almost 1 million views, 750,000. Post 44. And again, we're warned that Friday there's going to be something important that will happen. So will the first arrest be this coming week? Who the heck knows? But it's coming up soon, and it's very, very thrilling. So just buckle your seatbelt, dude. Now we have Candace, who is doubling down. She doesn't care that it's going to court. She's standing by her claim. She says, da-da-da-da-da, and said this is sick and disgusting. She's ready to take the fight all the way. Who is ready for the discovery in this case? Well, I don't think they're going to want to give over anything. But yes, both parties have to give discovery if you have a case. That can really backfire on people sometimes. That's what they seem to be implying. So 1 minute and 3 is the second iteration of 63 in 1 week. You have a choice to make. You can stand up and do what you know to be right or suffer the consequences of your previous actions. Make no mistake, you are on the losing side. The choice is yours. If you decide to take down the internet, we will be ready. So they're really reinforcing the idea of how close we are and that deals can still potentially be made. So this really excites me, I have to say. Then we have the Representative Omar laughing as a meeting that was going to expose bad stuff happening was canceled. Now, why would that be funny And why would she be laughing? Right? It's like, whoa, isn't that crazy? Bursts into laughter when told the meeting was canceled. With a wide grin, she mocks the whole thing. They were supposed to vote on it, but the committee got canceled. Instead of outrage or concern, she celebrates and did this publicly. Like, wait a minute. Why is that a great thing? What's going on here? And again, you can ask that question for yourself. Now we have another repetition, the second iteration of post number 28, which again is talking about the military infiltrating all the protest groups, but that they've done the same thing now. He has had military intelligence infiltrate these groups 5 steps ahead. Well done, the picture is being painted. Thank you, Alliance, for repeating some of them, which clearly shows intelligent pattern behavior, and it also lets me get through the show faster. I feel great, though. We're getting it done really quick. We're at 4-hour mark right now, and we're almost there. So she told the truth today? Whoa. The United States government now says she told the truth today. What is the truth? Well, remember, it's 100 names. So now he's accusing them of projecting their crimes onto him, which is exactly what's going on. He denies ever going there, says this other person went 28 times. Again, similar to our number of 27 that we had this week in the time loop and in the crop circle. Any documents tying him to this are forged and says it will be another hoax, and that's probably true, because if they had something, they would have used it a long time ago. Anything, no matter how they needed to get it, no matter who they needed to kill or torture or harass or whatever, they would have gotten it if they could have found it, and they didn't find anything. So I totally agree with this. He says they are attempting to pin their own crimes on him. Woo! We had a really, really cool big donation here. First of all, Vakapalo came in. She laughs. Her mask is falling and melting in public. And we have Tom Roberts. Again, that's the red one here. 111 Australian dollars. Oh, no. Oh, no. Winger. I watched your show a few weeks ago, opened a new tab to check out Winger, came back, watched the end of your show. I went back to the Winger tab. Your show was already listed on the side with 17,000 views. Your numbers are being messed with. Well, we know that. But again, thankfully, it's just enough income that I can survive. And now I'm getting back into the conference thing. Just like Billy Joel, as long as I'm willing to do concerts, I'll always have money. I'll always be protected. I never have to worry about anything. And that's a great place to be. So thank you guys in advance for buying our tickets. We anticipate it will sell out very quickly. I was going to announce it next Sunday, but if we do end up having a date in August, I don't know if we're going to get that or not. But if we have to do it really quickly, then I'm going to announce it this week on Twitter. So again, check my Twitter page, because that's where I might end up announcing it. Let me get that turned back. So that light is now totally dead. I just tried to turn it on, it wouldn't go on. Okay, so we have a dead light. I'll have to buy another one of those. Thank you again, Tom Roberts, for this very generous donation. You guys donating is really what keeps this show on the air, because I'm not selling out to private advertising interests, which might try to control my message. They say, David, we're giving you a great deal of money. We need you to stop talking about 47 at all. We need you to stop talking about the Alliance. We need you to stop doing this, that, or the other. No, I'll take the basic income and I'll keep my integrity, because that's way more important. So again, we're getting ready to do a big event. They're trying to project their crimes onto him. That's what this is. Thank you in advance for supporting us. Oh, Vakapalo says 3 weeks in advance will help with the plane ticket prices. Okay, well, you're supposed to do these events in September. That's where they're supposedly the most successful. We have at least one weekend we're looking at that everybody can do. So thank you for letting me know 3 weeks in advance is helpful. The X page, formerly known as Twitter. You're right. I call it Twitter. I probably shouldn't. And everybody is saying brave, brave, brave. You can read that in the sidebar if you want to see that discussion. Okay, so let's keep on going, because we're almost at the end, and I love it. I'm ready to be getting on with preparation for my big week ahead. 48 again, second iteration in 1 week. So this is the third time they've done this now. The Q clearance, uranium one. Somebody dropping this information has the highest level of security within all the departments. They're really making this point. You can't get better intel than this. We're giving you the best intel there is. I believe that. Okay, so this is really cool. They said it twice. And they never thought they were going to lose the calm before the storm. The reset of Russia provided good things, apparently. They should be viewed as a friendly partner because of the Atomic Energy Act, because they agreed with a new weapons reduction deal and to help us against Iran. That's good. Who is the enemy? It is the DS. What are they all stating? Oh, Russia is so bad? Well, maybe not. So this is, again, telling you, don't worry about it. It's very different than what you think. The whole thing is going to be revealed in the future. It's going to be amazing. This very, very disturbing video to watch from Lady Gaga promoting Satanism is what it really seems to be. Abracadabra, people as young as 4, encouraging them and others to recreate and perform this, gushing over the video. I will never survive how cute this is. Mainstream media insists that there's nothing dark going on, even though the themes would look like they're occult or darkly symbolic. So this is one shot from it. And this little girl has got all this makeup on and this really, really weird outfit. And then look at her. She is dancing in a provocative outfit. I mean, that is total disgusting. I won't even go into it, okay? You know what I'm saying. 55, my fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. Wow, it is so on. And now she's singing like a bird, giving up the names of about 100 individuals. And this new individual says that there were cameras everywhere, and she said they could see everything. There you go. I can't really read the rest of this. So 1.1 million views, post number 65. 3-letter agency embedded tracking up channel into his X, specifically targeting through specialized geolocation. We anticipated this. It has begun. And there is an expected imminent departure. They are literally again saying he may have to fly on Air Force One for security as they do these operations. That's in post 34. POTUS will be aboard Air Force One, specific location classified, while the operations take place. So again, you know, we've been hearing about this. We've been anticipating this. This is what my show is about. We talk about it every week, and it's getting ready to happen. That's what they're telling us. I'm so excited. Did we ever find out what was in that box? Well, again, I think this is all the evidence that she's connecting all the dots for the Alliance and ratting out all these 100 individuals. So that's going to lead to big stuff, man. And then we saw at the beginning, we read this already, that he saw the evidence now and he's changed forever. And they put her silhouette in the background. As I said, the colonel told me there's the audio of this demonic incident. It's very upsetting to listen to. You hear everything. And this apparently really upset the New York Police Department. I don't think they're going to give that to us. We're probably not going to get those kinds of videos, but apparently they do exist. It's real enough that it creates sound that a microphone can pick up in a room. That's pretty freaking crazy if it's true. I don't know if it's real, but again, that's what we hear from insiders, so go figure. So the Colonel Robert Fairlawn directly told us this. So again, Dan says the findings of their investigation have shaken him to his core. He says the truth is much darker and deeper than we could ever imagine. He says, what I've uncovered has changed me forever. This isn't how a republic survives. Only witnessing certain types of crimes could shake a man this deeply. You're darn right. So that's very significant. This is another big, big telegraphing. If you're paying attention to the news or not, you should pay attention to this one because they're letting you know he's now seen something that changed him. And look at the face they gave him in the photograph. He does not look happy. He looks like he's about to bash somebody's head in. Looks like he's about to start yelling and screaming. And then they reposted this thing and says, I wonder what he has seen. And now we have good old Uncle Chuck accusing him of hiding something, saying the name is buried and strongly implies that it's something dark. They called a surprise recess to shield him from getting, oh yeah, we're protecting the president. No, they just don't want anything to happen in August. But again, Michael's deadline is the end of August. So whatever might happen could happen within the next 3 or 4 weeks. Again, have your stored food, your stored water. Be ready for anything, man. Post number 17. Again, the idea is that the former president was traveling in advance of the president to various locations. The president has power with the Marines, and they can use military intelligence to prosecute bad actors and avoid corrupt agencies and judges. The biggest drop we've ever given you. Everything they do has been forecasted and prepared for. They misjudged the influence of how much they had with the media and are now censoring all the social media to try to get swamp money. Okay? And then here's James, and he says, we have a right to know what it is that shocked Dan to his core. Many people probably can't handle that truth because he already knows what it is. I've seen evidence that he's watching our show, certainly at times, maybe not all the time. Many people probably can't handle that truth, but at this point, more harm would come from not having it. That's exactly what Michael said. Can despair and injustice be allowed to continue in the world? So here again was the letter where he's been shocked to his core. I will never be the same after learning what I've learned. We cannot run the republic like this. We will conduct righteous, that means like spiritually fulfilling, right? Righteous and proper investigations by the book. We will get the answers we all deserve. As with any investigation, I cannot predict exactly where it's going to land. I can promise you an honest, dignified effort to the truth. Not my truth or your truth, which again, most of us don't understand this, but the truth. God bless America and all those who defend her, and he capitalized it. Respectfully, Dan. Woo, there you go. Well, believe it or not, folks, due to my amazing ability to stay ahead of the game, we are now at the point of our global peace meditation. And yeah, I mean, I'm very, very happy to do a shorter show. We don't need it to be 5 or 6 hours long. So without further ado, let's read a couple of your comments. They know everyone is sick of waiting and giving up. You're darn right. People are very irritable right now. There's a lot of arguing going on. Meow Cat Cat says, Bongino found out, quote, don't look for it, Taylor. You may not like what you find, said Dr. Zayas in Planet of the Apes. Nate Pierce says, cool. Eldon Elder, something innocent dies inside of you once you've been exposed to that level of evil. Divine help is required. That's true. That's why we're going to get the first wave of Ascension and the Galactic Family Reunion. Sending out a prayer for worldwide peace is Wade Woodruff. I totally agree. Linda Kiesling, I uncovered this 30 years ago. It's been hard to endure. Both sides are guilty. To a large degree, that's true, but there is an alliance. Ralph Ortega, it's time for all of us to prosper. Bella's Patio Garden, I'm back to pitting my cherry harvest. Well, stay with us through the meditation. We're almost there. Marilyn Jacobson, until the monsters are publicly arrested, no one will believe anyone was arrested. I agree. Thank you, David, for so much information, says Ivan Rivera. The popcorn is stale and moldy. Well, that won't be for long. Alien attack in November. They might try something like that earlier. Nate Pierce says, I love the meditation. The email address, if you want to email me something, just go to divinecosmos.com. They're hacking the hell out of that website. Let's go ahead and start our meditation now. So I'd like you to put both feet flat on the floor. Close your eyes. Just breathe into this calmness, this relaxation that is available to you through your breath. Consult the silence and feel the glory of the coming change that Michael calls the upgrade that is looming closer, equating it with machines that are going to change reality. Just breathe in that calmness, that relaxation, that patience, and that peace, knowing that everything is going to work out. All of these painful things will soon no longer matter. There's going to be much bigger issues going on. Everything we were worried about is going to seem insignificant. We give thanks to Archangel Michael, or whoever did it, for this latest World War I mine crop circle, the sun, again using a very clever analogy to describe the solar flash, 20-year time loop to 2005, the Apollo moon landings, the numbers 72 and 2627, post number 26, the only way is the military, the morning star, which represents both people from Venus and the explosion of the evil agenda itself. We're breathing in peace, we're breathing in healing, we're breathing in relaxation, calming down all the hostile energies in the planet, sending prayers to the Alliance, prayers to those who would put themselves in harm's way for the sake of our own healing. And pray for yourself, pray for your own healing, pray for breaking through to greater levels of compassion and love. And just enjoy this moment where we invoke stillness and peace, where we're living in the silence. Feel that breath compelling you to just find deeper and deeper levels of forgiveness and patience, satisfaction within yourself. And remember always that you are the light. You are the love. You are the one infinite creator. This is Michael's message. And it is as it was, as it is now, and it always shall be. And nothing and no one can take that from you. There's only one of us here. Thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you so much for participating in this meditation. We thank Jesus Christ. We thank Archangel Michael. We thank all of these higher beings. We thank the Alliance, all those putting themselves in harm's way. We pray for your imminent success. And so it is. Amen and Adonai. Thank you guys for being here. We're back now. I'm at the 4 hour and 15 second mark. This is a great time to stop. And thank you guys for watching. Barring anything crazy, we'll see you next week. Stefania, donate $100. Thank you very much. That's great. We also had Marsimi13. Thanks, David, for another great show. Thank you guys for watching. I guess now we're at 416, but that's okay. We'll end it at 416. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye for now. Whoops. How about that?